Okay. Now I'm not staring into your soul. Alright, I forgot. I may have broke there for a second. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome in. Hi, hi. How's everyone doing today? Don't worry, they don't need to know about what happened. Hello, Oculine. Welcome in. Okay, I am head empty currently. Thank you for the head pat. And I should really make a first redeem. Hello Chonky, thank you for being the first tavern regular. Hello salesperson, welcome in. Hello Spring Wolfie. Hello Zeki. Hello Jockey. Hello Zeki. Oh. welcome in, and welcome in Journey. Welcome in UK. Welcome, welcome. Hello, do. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Okay, I needed water there. I took like an hour and 30 minutes of nap right before we have to do this because I thought I would probably be I would probably need some nap before it. So I'm so sorry if my voice doesn't sound like normally. He only got it because I was eating dinner. Damn. I mean, he did still get it. You definitely smoked the Joker gas. Hey, not really. You know, I just have a little of a head empty moment right now. We can move it to like over here. Here we go. A little head empty because we're gonna be playing a scary freaking game. We're gonna be playing the final chapter of Poppy Playtime. Wow, as scheduled per promise. Was it a good nap? It was a good nap. It was a nice nap. I definitely needed that nap. It was very welcomed. Okay, let me see. Alright, there you go. I needed to move it back a little bit. Okay. How was everyone's weekend? I wasn't able to stream this weekend because I thought I needed the rest, and the rest was definitely worth it, and I definitely needed it. Because we run on sleep and pure dream and determination. Because I can't run on caffeine. If I run on caffeine, it'll probably just make it worse. So yeah, we're gonna have to run on sleep and determination. um, if Poppy Playtime's scary canopy definitely was. Wait, what? It definitely is. It is meant to be scary. The scary part for me. Would you guys like to hear the scary part? It's the puzzles. The puzzles are scary. Ah, they scare me. No, I'm kidding. But like, there are certain jump scares that can be scary. So that's definitely a real thing. With sleep, what is rest? We need sleep. Sleep is fake. You guys need sleep. You guys need rest. Fairy dust and whimsy. Hell yeah. Hello, Bernardo from YouTube. Wait, let me just do that on YouTube side. I totally forgot YouTube side. Give me a second. Da. Wait a minute. I might get it wrong. Here we go. Alright. There we go. Alright, that's good. Anyways, YouTube side should be good. Hello, Kurisu. Welcome in. Welcome in. Chapter 5 puzzles are gonna be hell. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm not ready for that. Oh, no. I'm not ready for that at all. Sleep is an illusion by the shadow government. I I somehow disagree with what you're saying. Sleep is very good for your body, and you need it to function as a human being. If you don't need it, then are you are you a scary monster? I'm already so close to the screen. I am so sorry, chat. Let me just get further away from the screen. There you go. That's a little further away from the screen, right? We're already a little further away from the screen. Yeah. Oh no. Uh. Oops. Okay, there we go. Anyways, yeah, this is closer. This is further away from the screen. Makes sense. Makes sense. They ain't that bad, if I remember. Oh. Hmm. I hope not. I hope not. I hope Risa wasn't spoiled with the plot for chapter 5. I am not. Thankfully, I'm not. Thankfully, I'm not. I try to not spoil myself with games because it won't be fun to play and discover the lore if I spoil myself. No. I might be lacking on sleep. I haven't been sleeping since school started. Is school taking up so much of your time? Or is it the homework? It's always the homework. It's pain and suffering. Hello, Noir. Welcome in. Somehow, every time I'm bolded, I always know it's Noir. Welcome in, Noir. Thank you for being a top and regular. Your brain will start eating itself if you stay awake for a certain amount of time. Yeah, like the Russian sleep experiment, right? Yeah, guys, you should know that. You should know the Russian sleep experiment. Hello, Javier. Welcome in. Welcome in. My exams already started. Oh my god. Good luck with your exams. Oh my goodness. That seems hard. How is it hard? Is there a lot of subjects? Sometimes if you're in college, like there's some subjects that don't require exams. So there's like less workload, I guess. Less stuff to study for. Who touched the head empty pin, lol? I did. I did. I think I will be head empty. Remember where we left off of chapter 4? Yeah, I remember Huggy Wuggy's coming at us. I got home because I had an appointment. Oh, uh, what appointment? Is it a dentist appointment? Scary. Hello, Bernardo. Welcome in. Thank you for being a Tavern regular. Wait, you're already on YouTube's side. Anyways, and I'm sitting here watching YouTube. Nah, it's good. Who needs to study anyway? Whenever I have exams, I barely study. I study when I get to when I get to school. Boom! And then I pass. Boopy. Thank you for the boopy. Hello, Octa. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for being a tavern regular. But yeah. We're gonna have a fun time. Head empty and everything. Aside from that, I also wanted to ask, do you guys want redeems that will pin like different things on me? Okay, I can pull out what I have. The songs is kinda oh wait, there's no song for YouTube side, my bad. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me see. There is a couple different ones that you could pin on me if you wanted. It could be a good redeem. Could be a funny redeem. It'll stay there probably for like 30. We'll do like 3 to 5 minutes per redeem, I think. If we were ever to do them. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Listen up, alright? We have we got Oh god, we got big brain. We got big brain. Oh, oh. We got we got dumb. We got dumb. We got you know what, chat? I could just send you guys a picture of this on Discord and you guys can pick. But we got, yeah, we got the head empty one. We got trash, we got stinky, we got sleepy baby, which would definitely describe me. Skill issue W, what the fuck it. There's a few different ones. We could do custom ones too, I guess. Yeah. Watch out, eh? I don't know. No. Ow. I can't. Who's big brain? Me. I'm big brain. I could be big brain. I have to give some games to BRB. Oh, alright. What games are you getting, Dylan? Oh. The study just before exam got me A's only until the end of high school. After that, I didn't have to study. Oh, wait, no, wait. For high school? No, for high school, I didn't study. High school, I didn't study. For college, there's some subjects that had me studying literally a day before exams, and I was like, damn. This is crazy. I'm actually studying and putting in the work. Oh, I know. I have to put in more work, but like, still, I didn't really study for high school, and I got pretty good grades. And one time, I even went in drunk, hangover, threw up during an exam, and I got what now? What? An A. Yeah, that happened. It was funny. It was the funniest thing ever. Which chat will use? I wonder. So many good choices. I know, right? There's a few different choices. There is some cute one. There's one that's called Cutie Pie. More like big brain idiot sandwich. Hey, we can be big brain sometimes. Hello, Coop. Welcome in.
What are you?
Last night I couldn't escape my cat Mavis. She snuggled into my arms the moment I got tucked in. She slept in my arms the whole night, snoring, purring. Yeah, we both got cold here. Yeah, it's cold. Anyways, another thing I wanted to mention is we have finally closed mod applications. So everyone, please welcome in the new mods. Yippee! The new mods will definitely be helpful in our event this weekend, which will be the celebration of my birthday. And I am very sorry to the ones that aren't able to get in. We only chose them because of a few selective requirements that we needed. And you guys that didn't get in will always be welcome. You guys can always enjoy and have fun within the community without having responsibilities, you know? You guys can still have fun here. How good is an A? An A is like the highest grade you can get. Yes, I remember what I told you about my school at Big Brain. Yeah. I see I'm not the only one that has that. You know, it's not just me. Some people also has it. Skill issue. I had to lower the temp of my AC because it was cold. It was cold. But yeah. we got three new mods, which is definitely needed because as everyone knows, we only had two mods and they were juggling hard, man. They were hard carrying. So now we have Dylan, Bernada, and Looney, which is very welcome. Thank you so much for everyone that applied. You guys are greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Lowering temp makes it colder, right? I mean, made the temp higher. Fuck. I meant make the temp higher. I made the temp higher. Okay. Okay, chat. If you guys are in Discord right now, I will send a screenshot of like what we have for the pinning of this thing. Where do I send it? Okay, I will be sending it in events. I don't know why. Ow. But yeah, so I will be sending it in events on Discord, I think. Or wait. Yeah. And then you guys can take a pick which ones you guys want. Da. Wait. If you guys are in Discord, you guys can pick if I can just take a screenshot. Thank you for the stretchy. Thank you. Okay, now I should be sending the screenshot right about now. Okay, you guys can discuss in the tavern floor which ones you guys want, or you can just tell me right in Discord, or well, no, actually, right in chat right now. So if you guys want to tell me right now in chat, you can. That's currently everything that we have. I think we'll take like 3 to 4 different sticky notes for redeems, and then we'll add it to redeems. I like phase 4. Oh, let's see. Which one's phase 4 again? Alright, everyone check out the events channel. Jiggly hard. It doesn't stop jiggling. Doesn't stop him from asking though. What do you mean by that? No, I'm struggling with my words. I'm definitely skill issue makes sense. Where's space 4? Yeah, I want to add some of the faces too because they're so cute. I think I'll add them, or like I'll put them on whenever I have to go like take a break or something, and that would be funny. You know, like just like when I did the outfit reveal. Yeah, I think I first used these during the outfit reveal, and I never used them again. So we're bringing them back. Watching this on mobile data is gonna suck up, but I'll try. Oh, no worries. You can just watch it when you get home, Verna. Thank you so much, though. We need skill issue and stinky. Damn. I mean, fair enough. I feel the skill issue a lot. So stinky cutie pie mommy for the lols. Wait, that's true. Okay. What about the we got horny mommy stinky cutie pie. Okay, I think we'll make like a poll because there's a lot. There's a few things that we would add. Hello, Radif. Welcome in. Thank you for being a tavern regular. Okay. Did you guys send this in yeah, you didn't. Okay. Mods, can you guys take note of what's been said here right now? Or like take a screenshot of it. And then we'll make a poll on it in Discord, and then we'll add it as a redeem. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, it still just means like at some point I have the data to do this. Let's go. Strong data. Also, I managed to do low latency for stream on YouTube, so YouTube shouldn't be too far behind now, I hope. Cause last time it was normal latency, which made it a lot slower. So I think it's better now. And I think you guys should have music now too. Yeah, 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 yeah. There should be some music in the background too. Alright, that's good. You usually get more like what do you mean? Anyways. uh Alright, thank you for the notes, yeah. I think I didn't so less like tuber in the future. I hope. Yeah, there's music in the background. Right now there's none. Okay, now there should be. Alright, that should be good. Let's like tuber in the future. I hope. I hope. Honestly, guys, it depends on what games we have to run. Cause like right now, I did minimize the apps I need to run for today's game. I feel like chapter 5 of Poppy Playtime will take a lot out of my PC again. So we're gonna we're gonna be we're gonna be having a fun time. We're gonna be lagging. In short, we're gonna be lagging. What other story games can you play? Currently we are starting to play Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 and also lags. Yeah, we did. Last time that we ran it, the first time I opened it, I was lagging for like 10 minutes. So, yeah, yeah. What a fun time. What a fun time. Um, I do take suggestions for the next game that we will be playing. I have a few things in mind. I know I wanna play Silent Hill as well. And then I also wanna play, what are we playing again? Which one was it? Yes, Red Dead Redemption. I also have that. What? Hello, Milan. Welcome in. And we got some Minecraft too, yeah. Limbus Company soon. Oh, yeah. I think we could try that on like the monthly thing that we will have. Like I did promise, or I didn't promise, but I did say that I want to do like the monthly games suggested by the community stream. So like I think there's like 2 to 3 games that we will try out on that stream, and then if we ended up liking it, we'll probably continue playing it. But if I don't, then we'll have to like not do it. Lurkies, hello, cool guy. Thank you for the lurkies. Thank you, thank you. My memory of last stream blanked out for some reason. I had to watch the VOD to remember it all again. No worries, no worries. It was the first time playing Resident Evil. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Except except I had to run around the place a lot of times. Yeah. It's gonna be a while until we finish that one too. Have you played The Last of Us? I haven't. I forgot about that franchise. Isn't that the zombie franchise? The Last of Us. Oh, damn, this is expensive. Holy shit. Let me see. Yeah, I haven't played this one. Oh, wait. I know there's a movie for this game already, right? Isn't there a movie for this? Or is this a series? I think one of those. Hello, Cole. Welcome in. Hi, hi. You should play it. It's a really good game. I heard it's a good game. you guys could suggest more in the suggestion box. And then there's probably some story games that we'll continue to play in the future. Ah, thank you for the drowning. Thank you for being a Tavern regular, cool. Maybe get the disc, not the digital. Oh, the disc version? I can't plug a disc in my PC. I can't plug that into my PC. I think the disc would be cheaper probably, but like, you know, I don't think I can. Thank you for the stretchy. Okay, that was nice. What's your opinion on Metro the Vans? Oh, I haven't heard of that. Thank you for the head pat. Wait, let me see. Metroid. I've never heard of that one. Oh wait, have you guys heard of? Wait, it's not on Steam. Wait, Berna, what do you mean? It's not on Steam. Have you guys seen the new game coming out? Was it Pragmatic something? Okay, it was Pragmata. I vividly remember PC having a disc slot. I mean, that was before, but like my PC doesn't have it anymore. That was like older PCs. I don't have that anymore. Hello, gamer. Welcome in. Hi. The game I DM'd you and Gamerbot. Oh, wait. Oh my God, Dylan. Gamers here. Subgenre of action. Oh, I've never heard of that before. But I think Hollow Knight was suggested in the suggestion box. So if you guys are suggesting a game and it's already suggested, just make sure to you can just add an emote to the already suggested game, so that we know that more people want us to play it, or want me to play it actually. Like add an upvote, basically. Maybe don't buy the game. Yeah, the game is... Wait, what happened to the game? I heard there's like a lot of issues about Pragmata, but like it's just cute. Like the AI girl, baby, young child is like it's just a cute girl. So like, what is the problem with the game? Why is everyone saying it's problematic? What is happening? Hello, PV. Welcome in. Metroidvania is a genre normally includes fully open world 2D games like Metroid and Hollow Knight. Oh, wait, that's what those are called. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I never knew what those were called. I just thought they were like 2D games and that's it. I thought they were just 2D games. Oh God, Elden Ring, yeah. I also wanna play Elden Ring. I know it's gonna be hard. I know it's hard. And Elden Ring is known to be hard. But yeah, we're gonna get there. Make sure if you guys are suggesting games, you can put it in the Discord suggestion box so that we remember later on. Because I swear I'm gonna forget it. I'm home, welcome home, BBW. Wait, where did you go? Oh, did you go to a friend's house? Is that what? I wasn't able to respond to a lot of Discord. Oh God, Discord DMs. I'm sorry. Pregnata? What is happening? Why are you guys calling it Pregnata? Was getting it? Maybe because it's too real for them, like life? What? So they don't like the animation of the game? I remember Metroid Fusion from long ago. Oh. Hello Remy, welcome in. Thank you for being a Tavern regular. Wait, I mean thank you for the follow. my brain went on autopilot. Holy shit. Hello, Kong. Welcome in. Thank you for the flower. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Why are you guys calling it Pregnata? What is happening? Pregnata, Pragmata. What? What is what? Wait, I heard people don't like it because the community was being weird about the child. It's a child. Guys, calm fucking down. It's a freaking child. Get your mind out of the gutters. Holy shit. Ow! Oh my god! You were the 100 biddies gamer! Wait! Wait, chat! Oh, wait. I thought... Like, we're at like 890, I think. 890 followers, let's go! Who's pregnant? No one's pregnant. No one is freaking pregnant. No one's pregnant. Are you sure you got enough sleep with that nap, Rizzo? I did. I did. I got a good power nap. I woke up really late today. I woke up at like 3 p.m. I was working on something I think yesterday, so like I slept kind of late. Oh, and I watched a movie with my little brother. Isn't that so? Sometimes I find it so sweet, but he doesn't need to know that. Okay, he doesn't need to know that. But I don't know. It's just something about watching movies again, or like hang out with your little siblings. Even though like you're older now, like it's I don't know. It feels sweet. 3 p.m. Yeah, I woke up pretty late. You think that will stop the freaks from existing? Yeah, no, they won't. Our world is very messed up. I know that. I know that. Him watching this? No, he's not watching. He doesn't need to know this. I bet he's not watching. Thank God. Tell your bro to watch anime. He won't have time. I mean, he does watch anime. Right now, he's. I looked at his room earlier. I literally peeked in. I screamed and then I ran away. I peeked in, I screamed, I ran away, and I saw him playing Genshin. And, you know, he's addicted. It's fine. It's a pretty good game. But, wait, what was I talking about? Yeah, we watched a movie at like 2:30 to 3 a.m. Yeah, we are night owls by blood. We're night owls by blood, man. All me and my brothers sleep so late. Uh, anyways, but yeah. We watched a horror movie at 2 to 3 a.m. or 4, I think. And it was the Blair Witch Project. It wasn't actually that scary, honestly. It's a found footage movie, and they're as scary as it can get, but it's not scary at all. It's not scary at all. Genshin, yeah, Genshin. He's been talking to me about it too, and I'm like, fuck, I haven't gone on Genshin. I did go on Genshin like I think Saturday, which is I did some task. You know, I did a few things there. There are ones that deeply wearing skirts. Yeah, I mean there are sexual animes, but like from what I know, he's watched some. I think he's into romance anime. I've seen him watch romance anime, and he's talked to me about them too. And he's also watched like more on action anime too, shonen anime. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Then maybe your little dumpling? No. What? I can't type. Oh, whoa. Work. Whoa, censor that word. Damn. I can't wait for the Backrooms movie. Wait, there is? I didn't know there's a Backrooms movie. What the hell? I got jump scared by a frog, but haven't got scared by a horror movie. I got scared by a horror movie when I was younger. When I was younger. That was like years ago. Not anymore. I don't get scared by horror movies anymore. I think, oh my god, chat. You know how we watch a horror movie like yesterday, or yeah, I think yesterday, right? Ow. I think I'm pretty sure I trained my little brother since he was younger to watch horror movies. So now he's not scared anymore. Ow! Wow! Oh my god! Thank you for the 200 biddies, gamer. Holy freak! Hello, Chavi. Welcome in. Hi, hi. How you doing? Get little bro to watch JJK with us? No, he has to start it from scratch. We're already at level... No, wait. We're at chapter... No, wait. Season 3. We're at season 3 of JJK. I am in the Asia server. So, yeah. We're the other side of the planet. Watching Otonori no Tenshi Sama is like eating sugar. Oh. I haven't been keeping up with recent anime at all. I think I want to watch the Mortal Kombat movie. Oh yeah, I saw the Mortal Kombat movie on Netflix, and I want to watch it too. I haven't watched it yet. Maybe we could watch it together, chat. I don't scared of jump scares in the horror movies, but Uncanny Valley is my weakness. Something about that looks human, but something is wrong. Yeah. Oh my god, speaking of that movie, there's a movie that I want to watch. It's called Good Boy. I meant like the movie, I'm not saying it to anyone, okay? The movie called Good Boy is so uncanny. I want to watch it. Both time, man. I was young. I watched Horrorland. Oh, Zombieland. Oh my god, that's such a classic. That's such a classic. I know it's not scary, but it literally made me lose sleep when I was tiny. Oh, thank you for the drowning. But yeah, I get that. I don't really get scared with zombie movies, but like, it's fun to watch. I get scared with paranormal movies. That's what I'm scared of. Yeah, thank you for the what. I no, you're not. No, you're not. I say no. Sequel called Girl Girl. No, I don't want a sequel. I don't want a sequel. Donald Duck is on the Eiffel Tower. Recently is live again. Yes, I am. Hello, Coop. Welcome in. I watched Jaws when I was very young. Jaws is fun. It's not that scary. It's a shark. I guess no. Everyone has their different definitions of scary. So like I can't judge. Finishing Fury in season 2 myself. Oh.
Rizu is a good girl.
No, I'm not. Yeah, oh, I'm not a good girl. Oh my goodness, gamer. Alright, how much for a scary movie night? We got to have another scary movie night. Wait, chat. Wait, what about tomorrow? How about this? I think we have
Kazoo
another
is a
stream
hot man.
tomorrow. It is a hot man. Sure, I'm a hot man. I'd say we can do like.
Asu Tinny Little Munchkin.
Hey! Oh my god. Not against it, all inclusive. Alright, that's good, that's good. Do you guys like horror movies? I think it could be fun to do it, right? Hot man. Hot man better than good girl, it seems. Yes. Yes, totally, it is.
Need a ladder, little fella, to reach her desk.
What? No! You know what, gamer? Just because of that, I'd say need like a 500 to do a horror movie. I think we could
You
do
want uppies
like
like the wonderful good girl you are? I think you do, sweet bean. Come here, uppies time, sweet bean.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Ah! What the freaking? Ah! What the? No! Stop everything respectfully. Put your hands up because I have the cutest tea to spill. Oh my god, what's your tea? Welcome in your girly mama. Wait, give me a second. I think. I hope it's not too loud, chat. I am so sorry. I saw it go on the red line and I feel bad. A peacetime sweet bean. No, chat, bad. Dogzu is now 15k. Really, to have that. Yeah, you guys redeemed Dogzu too much. Dogzu is supposed to be a redeem for like a very rare time. You know, you're not supposed to redeem it every fucking stream. It was supposed to be a rare redeem. Thank you for the follow. Your girly mama will come in. I can't send proof, sadly. Eh? Well, we found the baby raccoons today, and we in the wall. And being my family is 5 girls versus 3 boys.
Idiot sandwich.
We would. We get to keep two. You get to keep them. Wait, ow. Are you even supposed to keep raccoons? Noodle miso and cheese are the cutest thing ever, and I will kill for them. Wait, are you even allowed to keep raccoons? I'm confused. I did copy someone else's TTS in Twitch chat. Oh my god. And stream the whole chat spam TTS definition of curry for 5 minutes. No. Hello, Menace. Welcome in. Hi. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, gamer. I was kidding. No, it was a joke. Ow. Oh my god. No, he's actually gonna do it. He's actually gonna do it. No freaking way. Okay, I see how it is. Ow! Holy fuck! Thank you for the 600 biddies! Oh my god. 600 biddies! Okay, you know what? Fine. We can do a movie night. Let's see, where's the schedule, chat? Give me the schedule. Where's the schedule at? The schedule is... Okay, what about Wednesday? We have... we won't stream on Wednesday, so... Wednesday could be a possibility for a movie night? What do you guys think? That could be fun. Too late to back out. Gamers locked in. He is... He's irresponsible with his money. Did I give you goosebumps or make you cringe? Honestly, I don't know. Zeki. I died a little. So lives with us and raised baby raccoons once, and we have experience with exotic animals. Oh, okay, that's cool. But like, isn't raccoons kind of aren't they kind of scary?
Don't worry, little one. I paid her rent for an 1 hour XD.
I paid the rent for the hour. Thank you, gamer. Thank you, gamer. Now we have a community movie night on Wednesday. Now we have a community gamer. Okay. You know what? That makes sense. Hello, Sky Next Art. Welcome in. Thank you for being in tab and regular. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, my brain is running on autopilot. Holy shit. Can't stay long because of family, but wanted to hop in and stay hi again. Alright, no worries, Looney. Thank you for saying hi. Thank you for stopping by as well. Have fun with your family. Da 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 da. You can watch the clip later. That's fair. That was clip worthy. Oh god. If you want to get a raccoon, it really depends on where you live because it could be illegal or not illegal. Yeah, I thought it was illegal. Um, at least it might not be illegal for them. That's good. That's good. But yeah, everyone, hi Goobers, hello Sky, welcome in. So emergency announcement. We have a movie night. Now to pick a movie, right chat? We have a movie night on Wednesday. If you guys want to join, make sure to be in the Discord and we will be picking a horror movie. How it be, mods? You guys free for the movie night on Wednesday? When is Wednesday? We can have a we'll What's it one and it two? No, we can only watch one movie. I don't think people have that much time. I think we'll do it one. Okay. No. Wait. We have to give them like different selections of movies, but we'll put it on the choice, and then we'll add more horror movies. Horror movies will be your prom. No, I didn't even go to prom actually. I didn't get to go to prom. We didn't have prom. God damn it. This Wednesday I'm free at 5 p.m. PST onwards. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. We'll add a timestamp as well for Wednesday horror movie. If you guys can't come, no worries, it's fine. But we'll have a horror movie this Wednesday. And gamer, you better fucking show. You better freaking show, gamer. Right. I went to 2 proms. What? How? How are you able to go to 2 proms? And I didn't even get to go to 1. Not even 1 prom. Ow. Oh, thank you for another 100 biddies. What if I don't? Then didn't you bid to watch a movie with us? Oh my god. They don't know the law, but the FBI pets know. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, be safe everyone. My prom where I asked a girl, another girl's prom where who asked me. Damn, Zeki's got those looks. Oh my god. Maybe, where's the proof? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of proof. There's a lot of people that see what you're doing, gamer. Guys, we have to hold gamer accountable if he doesn't show, right chat? Right chat? We're holding gamer accountable. Gamer burdens us and all in dip sounds about right. I mean, at least we have a movie night, right? We who didn't have a prom to go to, right? We didn't have prom to go to. We didn't have prom in the first place. But Zeki's sporting those looks to be invited to prom a second time. You've seen me? I have not the looks somehow. Hey, you could. Oh my god, gamer! Gamer, holy shit! What? Holy fuck, thank you for the 5 subbies, gamer! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. What? Remember, you don't have to though, but like, I really do appreciate it. Oh my god. Damn, holy shit. Like 5 more people with subbies, let's go. Oh wait, one was given to Steve, Javier, and Octa. Oh, W. Holy fuck. Yo, you guys got some subbies. Let's go. Thank you so much. Uh, yeah, well, he's definitely getting that movie chat. Wait, what do you mean? Gamer has game night? That day? What? What the hell? Gamer, you can't back out. No, 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 no. You cannot back out. Look at that. What the fuck? Oh my god, we started a hype train. We started a hype train. What level is this hype train this time? Level 2. We have level 2 hype train again. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness, what do subs do? Subs should get you access to the VIP voice chat and channel in Discord, and also you don't get to see ads. And you have access to the emotes of the channel as well. Once I get like whenever I'm gonna get it, oh my god, my custom design, we will add more. Oh my god, what? Holy fuck! Thank you for the 5 more subbies. Holy shit! Oh my god, level 3 hype train at 95%. Level 3 at 95% hype train. Oh my goodness. That's actually crazy. I'll always be the conductor of this train. Somehow you freaking are. Holy fuck, gamer. Thank you so much. For the level 3 hype train, we're like this close to level 4. Oh no, he's getting thoughts. He's getting thoughts, isn't he? Yeah, you guys get access to all of the channel emotes, which you guys should be able to use now. W, come the fuck. What? Compactor! Compactor! What the hell? Gamer the goat. W gamer. Gamer the goat. Gamer spends his rent here. He doesn't need rent. He just has a lot of. He pays for my rent. Thank you for the head pat, Milan. Hello, Kai. I can't read it. Welcome in. Welcome in from YouTube side. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Steve. Welcome in. Oh yeah, Steve also got a subby. W, thank you again. Fuck that. Oh my goodness. I'm not using my work money. I'm using my Twitch money. So you'll see a difference if I do switch it up. Wait, there's a difference? What is the difference? Wait, what is the difference? What? I'm confused. Cole! Hello, Cole! That's your new name now, Cole! Wait, someone's named Cole. You're Cole. And then the other someone is named Cole. So there's a difference, right? Wait. We'll change it. We'll name it Kai. Your name's Kai now. Boom! That's your name. Boom! Wait, what did you say? I missed it. Oh, you got a subby. W subby. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh. What? What? Oh my god. Gamer, holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 subby. Oh my god. Now we're almost level 6 now. Oh my goodness. Oh hey, Milan got a gifted sub. W. Oh my god, thank you for the 10 freaking gifted subby, gamer. Oh, he's going ham. He's going ham. I'm not stopping this train just yet. You are not. We're at level 5, almost level 6 hype train. Boom, name change, hell yeah. Hello Kai, welcome in. W Gamer, oh my god, give this man another shout out. Give this man a shout out right now. Thank you so much. Oh my god, lock away this man's wallet. He's paying for my freaking rent. He's paying for my rent really hard. Oh my goodness. He fell down well. Boom! Purposely got their name changed. Yeah, no more. No more actual name for you. Now it's Kai. Hello, gotcha. Welcome in. Thank you for being a top and regular. Nah, you don't got to. Are you sure? Nah, we're giving Gamer a shout out. Let's go. Give this man a shout out right now. Give this man a follow. This man also streams. Thank you so much. Holy fucking shit. Level 6. No, level 5. Oh my goodness. I didn't even expect that today. W start for Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Woohoo! Hello, Adams yo. W subby. Levels. No, gamer, no, gamer. No, don't pull it out. I'm gonna make everyone's eyes hurt. Oh no, he's doing it. He did it. Ah! Oh god. Thank you for the 5 subby. Thank you for the 5 more subby, gamer. Oh hey, there's one for Menace. W. What was that? What's it? Level hype train level 6. 6 7. Damn, that's a lot. I'm sorry. I had to. I know I said, Steve, that I don't say it that often, but it's not my fault this anymore. Thank you for the drowning. Thank you for the water. Watch out, Kizu. This one looked tough. It looks tough. The number looks tough. Is that what you're saying, Javier? The number looks tough. Pull out the hands. We're pulling out. Roku Nana! Ow! I'm sorry. Roku Nana! Roku Nana! I'm sorry. I had to. Ow! Okay, that was mod abuse. Okay, that was mod freaking abuse. Oh my god. No, he's not. He's not gonna make it full 6-7, is he? Please
6 to
don't.
7. 6 to 7 XD.
Gamer, I'm getting bullied here. I'm getting bullied here. Chat, please. Damn, chat. I feel like every time I just have I just have sniffles. I have sniffles every freaking time at this point. When am I not gonna have sniffles? When I need to stop having sniffles. Say that again, I dare you. She's in a coma. I will throw you to mush again. Hey, that's not my fault. Hey, that's not my fault. Don't worry. We didn't reach 7. We didn't reach Hype Train 7, so I'm not pulling out the hands. Rokobana. Hey, you can't ban the streamer. I literally told Steve like yesterday, I think, that I don't say it that often. And then the next day that he comes by, I say it often. Oh no. No, Dylan, no! No! my heart! It hurts! Ow! Oh my goodness! Thank you for the five
Six
gifty
save N.
sub
Six save
gamer.
N.
Wait,
Six save
Dylan.
N. Six save N.
Oh no, we're at Type Train 7 chat. You know what that means, chat? Chat, you know what that means? You know what that means, chat? I'm gonna make you guys hurt. What takes up? Oh my god, this hurts. Stop. Hello, Don, welcome in. Thank you for the 300 more biddies, gamer. I know you say it often. No. Dylan, this is your fault. Ow. Actually, a nice lunch. This is your fault. This is your fault. Now we're at Hype Train 7. 6, 7. Oh, it hurts my soul. It hurts my soul. I'm removing it now. You guys got it. You guys got it. You guys got your fill of the 6, 7. I was trying to stop saying it as often now, cause like it's not fun anymore. Everyone likes it. Everyone's saying it now, so like I don't want to say it anymore. And then like Chad, you're like making me say it 6, 7 Rukunana. Oh my soul. I can't comprehend this anymore. And damn you for increasing price on dogs that I had saved enough. I'm sorry, Don. It was supposed to be a redeem that's not redeemed every stream. It was supposed to be a rare redeem, so everyone likes it when it gets redeemed. Or well, don't like it. It's 3 minutes of me just saying it constantly. I regret my choices. This is your fault, Dylan. This is your fault. You wanted it.
As
You
long
wanted
as I live
this.
6 to 7, we'll live and never leave you.
No, I didn't want it. I didn't want 6, 7 here. We haven't even gotten into the game yet. My brain has rotted away. I know, my brain too. I want to burn myself now. I didn't know this was gonna happen. No, it's your fault, Dylan. Dylan, you know what you cost. You and Gamer know what you have cost. It happened. It did. How about you increase dog duration for the cost increase? Well, 3 times price increase. 10 times length? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We'll add 1 more minute, 1 last minute to it, okay? And that's it. No more. No more. Well, time to hunt down my buddy gamer. You guys caused it. You guys did this. You guys did this. You guys made this happen. Why is the song so low energy? Give me a high energy song. Let's go. When I kiss the teacher. When I kiss the teacher. Hello Alice, welcome in. You just got given a gifted sub. Welcome in. They made me do it. You guys gotta clip that. You guys have to clip it. Just for the pain of it, you guys have to clip it. We got 6, 7 by the hype train. The hype train 6, 7 us. It's not my fault. We're not making dog 10 minutes. We're not making dog 10 minutes. Holy fuck. 30 minutes of dog too? No, no. Holy fuck. No, you don't want to see this. You want a hype song? Song request Disturbia? What is that? It better not be like really intense. Let's see. Oh, hey, that's not bad. Let's add it to the queue. It should play after this song. Okay, we completed Hype Train at level 7. Let's go. Actually, chat, removing the meme, right? Remove the meme out of your mind, right? 7 is my favorite number. For like a certain reason only. It's my favorite number. Have you seen Create the Aeronautics? Oh yeah. I was told about Create Aeronautics by Squid in the Discord, and they said that they were very excited for the update. I don't dip my toes in Create, but like I heard it was fun. I heard it's fun for people, and I do wanna maybe try it out at some point when I get the time to, or like in a probably in an SMP. Also chat SMP. Wait, no, we finished chapter 4. Yeah, we finished chapter 4. We're on chapter 5. The Fong Scrap SMP will be closing soon. Oh god. Yeah, we're lagging. Give me a second here. We're loading in. We're lagging. Oh gosh. I need a PC upgrade. I need a PC upgrade. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so heavy. Oh gosh. Lagzu is back once again. Oh, my tracking stopped working. PC is so expensive, I feel you. Exactly. My tracking stopped working. Oh my god. Oh god. You know it was that bad. My tracking disconnected. Holy fuck. That was so fucking bad. The lag is above and beyond. Oh god, holy shit. Next slide. It literally disconnected my tracking because of how laggy it was. Hello, Fness, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I have seen the number 7 2000 what while playing Cookie Clicker. Oh god. I mean, no. There's no different number. I only like 7. Favorite number ruined by a meme. Yeah. They ruined my favorite number. But the reason why it's my favorite number is because of, I think I said this before. Because of Hanako-kun, which is he's the ghost number 7, and like that's why it's my favorite number. But like yeah, a newer PC upgrade is so expensive. The RAM, oh my god, the RAM is insane. CPU prices also increased. GPU also increased. Like holy fuck. That's why I can't upgrade, cause it's so expensive. Anyways, I see myself. I'll see you later. Alright, see you later, gamer. Thank you again for the hype train. Level 6 hype train, all hard carried by you. Thank you so much. We will schedule the movie night, I think on Saturday. Oh wait, Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. They call it RAM because it's ramming my wallet. Yeah, it's ramming hard, man. Ramming hard as shit. Oh my god. It's compiling the shaders really slowly. That is insane. I am still kind of lagging. Yeah, this game is intense. Wild game. And to think that chapter 1 was like not even this heavy. Okay, there you go. Yeah, chapter 1 wasn't even that heavy, and like this is like fucking intense. Holy fuck. I did not expect it. Don't forget the game. Oh, the game. And leaving a cavity? Wait, what do you mean? RAM equals PC price 2 years ago. Yeah, right? RAM prices are like a whole fucking setup at this point. I love this PowerPoint. Hey, we're not that laggy anymore, right? We're not that laggy anymore. It's working out. I know, very hype song, but it's Dutch. Oh, I think we would do English. We need English songs. Okay. Oh my god, it's finally loaded in. All right, give me a second. Let me do a little bit of configuring before we switch over. And leaving. This game's loud. You know what else is fucking intense? Campers. Campers? Why campers? Wait, why campers? I need to know that we won't be lagging the first time we get into the game. Because, oh fuck. Because, oh shit. Oh my god. Let's see. Oh yeah, did you see the food review? Oh, what's the food? Now it's like a television from the 1980s. What? Hey, wait! No, it should be working fine. The stream should be fine. RAM is the new commodity. Step aside gold. This is the current year. Investment people ignored years ago. That's true. That's true. It's so expensive. It's fucking intense. I think I wanted DDR5, right? I currently have DDR4, and DDR5 is fucking expensive. Like, put down a fucking mortgage type shit. Like, what the fuck? I don't need that like, I could buy an entire PC like a year ago with that price. Like, holy shit. Like $1,000 for RAM is insane. I die when I see someone put the 5 RAM sticks in their PC. Who needs 5 RAM sticks in their PC? Hello, Mint, welcome in. Yeah, I know we need English songs. Intense. The tense. Okay, wait. What food? Oh no, I haven't looked at Discord DMs, so I will be apologizing for those that I haven't replied to in DMs. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, Journey, welcome into YouTube side. W. Now it's good. Okay, we're not lagging anymore on stream. Thank God. Thank God. Yep. Holy shit. Intense. The tense. Hello Kimchi, welcome in. Hi. Cute as awful, we're all head empty. No, no. I'm not cute. I know what, but she asked what's food, so I explained. Oh. Alright, I'll look at it after stream. Ow. I feel like since we started, I've been hydrated twice. So, chat. You know what that means? Wait, we need a piss. We need a piss. I feel like we need a piss. Wait, sticky note. That would be so funny. Thank you for the stretchy. And another drowning. Thank you for the drowning. I saw someone put DDR4 in a laptop and they wanted to sell it for cheap. So I bought it and stripped it for parts. The G of RAM and DDR4 not even half the price. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good. It's actually so good. Anyways, wait. Okay, chat. I need to pee. Chat, this is your fault. Like, I've been. Now it's 3 times. Now it's 3 times. I think it's 4 times. I don't even remember anymore. I've been. You guys are hydrating me too much. We haven't started the game. Okay, when I come back, we're starting the game, alright? Can hear the water bottle on the table? Yeah. I didn't put anything underneath, but I'm gonna go pee. You guys, it's your fault. I'll be back. Listen to some listen to some good songs. I guess it's a musical right now, but it's the Greatest Showman. It's a good one, okay? Alright. I will be back. Yeah. Hello everyone, I'm back. Uptown Girl is such a good song though. Holy, nice. Nice pull. Nice pull, Spotify. Hello Ashu, welcome in, welcome in. Hello Cornbread, hi hi. Hello from YouTube side, W. Okay, let's see. Wait, did I miss something? You'll kill Rizu? I just peed, okay? I went to the bathroom. You guys give me too much. Okay. Let's see. I didn't miss anything? Alright. Hello, Ashu. I'm so sorry. I was gone. Alright. Are you guys freaking ready for... I just came back! I just came back! I just came back from literally peeing! From peeing! Okay, all night. Thank you for the drowning. Oh, okay. Oh my god, thank you for the water. Peeing! Refilling that bladder, no! That's so bad. You stop refilling my bladder. I just peed it all out. Okay. Are you guys freaking ready for chapter 5 of Poppy Playtime? Oh my god. Damn. Are you guys ready for more leg? Let's be realistic here. Are you guys ready for more leg? Oh my god. Oh gosh. Give me a second. We're lags is so bad. Can't say no. Thank you to water. We can only say thank you. We can only say thank you. That's right. Let's see. Give me a second. Chitamate. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, anyways, right. Holy freak. Okay, I need to close my browser because the lag is too crazy for me. The browser is not helping. We gotta close it. Alright. Closing the browser. Alright, there we go. Alright, shall we switch over everyone? Da 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 da. Boom! Hello everyone. Welcome to the side where we're gonna lag a lot more. Welcome to Lag Central. Welcome in. Oh god. Okay. Okay. We're not lagging at the start screen at least. Chat, we're playing chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 of Poppy Playtime, not Chapter 5. We're playing chapter 5. We're playing chapter 5. We're not chapter 4. There is a chapter 5, right? Wait, there's no chapter 5 of Poppy Playtime? Wait, that's crazy. We tried, we failed? We both did, we both failed without a break. Damn. No, wait, there's no category for chapter 5. That's a problem. There is none. I'm looking at it right now. Is that... Wait, that's really weird. Yeah, no, we're just gonna have to play. We're just gonna do a chapter Poppy Playtime. Here we go. Since there's no actual... Yeah, keeping Puppy Playtime, I've got it. What the heck is Wolf on? Wait, what do you mean, Wolf? Goodbye, Twitch Lurk. Thank you so... Alright, no worries. Thank you for stopping by, Alice. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. Thank you for the lurkies. Okay, I guess we don't have chapter 5. Well, becomes just chatting stream. No, we're not doing just chatting. I'm not leaving. Just said that because you close your brights. Oh, whoops! I thought you were leaving. Thank you for staying though. Hello, Berna. Welcome back. We have recently found out we don't have chapter 5 on Twitch, therefore we will be playing on chapter... well, just Puppy Playtime. Windowed full screen, windowed... No. Alright. I hope we'll be fine. I hope we'll be fine running it on Epic. Oh my god. I hope we'll be fine running it on Epic. Okay. Wanna play something else? No, we're already in chapter 5 of Puppy Playtime. Let's see. Wait, can you guys hear the... Okay, I'm turning off the music. Can you guys hear the game? Well, there's nothing in the game yet. Okay, now you can hear the game. Alright. Turning off Spotify. Yeah, we're just playing general Puppy Playtime tag. Maybe pin a message saying you're on chapter 5 for people who care about spoilers, I guess. Since no category, that's true. Hello, Aseba, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's true. No, we do have it in the title. It is in the title. Unless people don't like looking at the title. No, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the drowning. Empty head is contagious. It is. She's catching mixed signals from Twitch. Don't yell at her. Read the sticker. That's true. Don't worry. Twitch is just being weird. Anyways, I play card games or I carry it. No worries. Ow. Okay. Chapter 5. Broken Things. Injured and abandoned in the heart of the nightmare. The Playtime Laboratory is here. Fantasies is made reality, and the broken cower in the shadows of the one who pulls all strings. The prototype. There we go. Thank you for the stretching. Alright. People ask my day, gorp shit. Oh, Alice. I hope you had good food at least. Thank you for the lurkies, Radif. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Prototype is going to be in here a lot. I can see. Okay, are we ready? Whoa. Oh god, daddy. Oh my god. Hello, Jelly. Welcome in. Okay, more characters, right?
You're not wrong. They're wrong side out.
What? What the hell? Oh, wait. That's kind of creative, actually. It's like a pretty creative song. Hello, prototype?
Cuddly, adorable, but not quite what they seem.
Good luck, Rita. You'll need it. Thank you, Kurisu. Hydrating each time they do the review. And we shall piss together. Let's go. Oh god. That doesn't look so good.
Alongside animals.
Hydrated in the 9 hours? Guys, you need your water. Stay hydrated.
Adventure with Bindle Buggy. You can even make your
Drink water. Get ready to get chased. Oh man, I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. Oh gosh.
Available now from your pals at
It's a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea for toy. Oh god, why is it breathing? Why is it breathing? Ugh. I'm also on YouTube side too, don't worry, no worries, thank you. Thank you, Berna. Oh my god. It's time to lag. No? Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh, this is where we left off last time, chat. Huggy! Oh god, what's happening? Is he gonna break in? Oh god. Of course he will. Are we running? Are we running? Are we running, please? Run, 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 chat. We just got in and we're already running. Okay, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Please go faster. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, I'm dead. Wait, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. Oh shit. Wait, stop. Give me a second. We literally just got in. Look out, you just missed a golden collectible while running? No freaking way, I did. We are gonna need to get that collectible, by the way. We're getting that collectible. We've got to wrap up before marathon. It took less than a minute to die. Hey, at least we got pretty far, right? We got pretty far. It wasn't bad. We got far. That run will No, that run world record. No, it's not. Speed running, that's the world achievement, not the guys. Okay. Oh fuck. Wait, we spawned where we spawned. What? Wait a minute. Stop. I was referencing old games that has the collectibles of obscure moments. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm blind. I don't see him. Wait, I don't see him? Thank you for the hit that. Oh god, that was supposed to break. Oh, balls. Where are we supposed to go?
What are you?
Wait! Ah, shit! To bend damage structures? What? How? I'm gonna die. Yo! There's nothing damaged here. I'm gonna be so fucked. I'm so fucked. Wait, stop! What do you mean? I'm blind! Oh my god! Wait, stop! Wait! I'm sorry I'm late. Hello, salesperson. Let's go for a world record run to wrap up the only 42 minutes. Oh god. The side railing, look left, lol, looking everywhere but left railing thing. I assume we are not allowed to backseat. We are not allowed to backseat except when I absolutely need it, I guess. There's a lot of backseating at the moment. Yeah, there is. You guys, come on, calm down, guys, calm down. Okay, we'll look left. Run. Oh my god, I'm so blind. I did call it, chat. I didn't call that I was blind. Hey, Pop. Hey, Huggy. I said Poppy. I said Huggy. I said Huggy. Don't worry about it, Huggy. Uh, run faster, bitch. Go, go, go. I. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, where's the hand scanner? Uh. I've died 3 times. I've died 3 times. We just started. We just started out. Put on the glasses, it's not working. The nerdy one specifically, but you'll lose style points by looking like a nerd. That's true. We can't be looking like a nerd, chat, right? Okay, okay, okay. The music is not helping. Where's the scanner? Wait! I can't reach it! I can't reach the scanner! Ah! Oh, fuck. Wait, I get it. I get it now. Wait, I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. Wait, chat. I get it now. I wear glasses. Offensive much? I mean, I also have glasses, but I barely wear it. I should probably wear it more often, huh? Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. Oh my god, the music is scaring me. Mm. Okay. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm blind. Open up. I thought there was glass beside it. Oh my god. Faster, please. Please, 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 please. We can make it, chat. We can make it. We won't die. He can't go in here. No, he can't. He's too big. Wishful thinking, am I right? I can't see. Oh my god, where are we? I'm so blind. What is happening? Okay. Alright. Okay. That was fun. Moaning while saying faster. Ayo, what? No, I was not moaning. Where are you getting these ideas, chat? Come on. You're wrong. Get a grip, chat. Wrong. Oh. Okay, we made it. Oh wait, we have the other hands. Oh, this is nice. Alright. Alright, we're really fine. We made it. We made it through the chase scene. And I'm betting we have another puzzle right now. Don't we? Yeah, I'm calling it. Okay, how about 2 hands? Okay. Slow down your heart rate. Reset every stream. I'm blind. I can't deny that. Wait, what are we doing? Ow. 2, dragon hold an object. Where are we going? We're going up there? Okay, we're doing good. I need a heart monitor, and if I have a heart monitor, you guys can see how fast my heart goes every single chase scene. Every single one. I'll be suffering every single time. Then you guys can see my pain. I don't know which heart monitor I should get, or like which one is recommended for streaming, but like I do want a heart monitor, especially for games like this, because it will be definitely a lot of fun to do it. Come on. You know what? Wait. There you go. With puzzles, this is just run. Yeah, puppy playtime is always a chase scene. If it's not chase, it's puzzles. If it's not puzzles, it's chase. Alright. I'm not missing anything here. I'm guessing we're gonna go in that corner. So you guys wanna make Reese's heart race? All you need to do is chase for legal reasons. This is a joke, don't do this. Yeah, if you chase me in a different way, oh god. Oh. What the fuck? You're probably hearing from my lawyer, which is not gonna be fun. What? Okay. Okay, makes sense. Oh god, you're in the way. Wait. There we go. We would be too worried seeing your heart rate spike. It's not that. Would it be that worrying? Thank you for the stretchy. I need to increase the level of which it gets redeemed. If it's being redeemed a lot. Oh, why is there a lot of things falling? Please don't tell me it's another chase. Like, oh god damn it! I fucking called it. Oh god damn it! Okay, we were just talking about it. We were just talking about it. Please, please, move. Oh gosh. Wait, he's right there. Chat, why are we here? He's right there. Okay. Oh gosh, where are we going? Did he fall? I should have seen it if he fell. I feel like he fell. Yeah, I mean, he fell. That's good. Hazmat suit? Yeah, we got a hazmat suit. Redeem dog suit and call her with no, no. They say your heart rate gets stronger by beating faster during exercise. You're just exercising your heart for real. Exercising my heart with pain and suffering. Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Oh. Oh, okay. I mean, it's a containment room. That's good. Huggy with that long ass arm. I know, right? It literally hurt us. Straight moon? No, it wasn't. Chat, you guys like to detach your hold. Anyways, you guys like to think about things too much. You guys are weird. For sure, I was being sadder. Actually, I looked deeper into the differences between the heart being faster from a weak body is bad between the heart beating fast from exercise. I mean, I don't think I have a weak body, right? My volume is too loud. Oh god, I'm sorry, Kurisu. I tried to lower the volume. Oh no. God fucking damn it. Huggy! 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 Oh, you freaking hoe. We're running so much. Whoa, that was a new character. That was a new freaking character. Okay, we're in the elevator. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Ow! It sounds like hello turtle, welcome in. Hi hi. Oh shit. Yo. 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 I'm guessing it's gonna go through all of the stars. Or the panels. Oh, yes. Oh, whack-a-mole. Oh, whack-a-mole. Oh, whack-a-mole. Oh, shit. I bet he's going through that one next. Right? Right? We're playing whack-a-mole with myself. Uh... Yeah, that's gonna work. Where are we going? I don't have a green hand. I don't have a green hand. Oh shit. I need a red hand. I need. Oh. No, 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 my red hand. Okay, that was wild. Okay, that was freaking wild. That was insane. Uh. Wait, stop. Oh my god. Thank you for stopping by, Alice. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. Thank you. And have good foodies. Oh my god. Okay, so Huggy wanted to hold hands. Huggy wanted to steal my hand. That's what he wanted to do. How romantic, all scripted. There goes the whole pack. Wait. Yeah, the whole pack is gone. Oh. Everything that we collected is gone. Wow, that's fun. You're getting it back for a while? Oh, gosh. This is gonna be fun. You're gonna be a bit cooked now. Grab pack was so useful. The grab pack was very useful. We're gonna be... We're gonna be very cooked. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna make it, you know? Without the grab pack, we're still as powerful, right? E to interact. Okay, we got lights on. What is this? What are we doing here? He wanted to hold your hand. He's holding both of them. Now he's holding my entire life. He held my entire life. How can I get in there? That's on. Can I get in here? No. Damn it. Okay, now we have a puzzle. Could I have possibly missed anything? Oh, what the hell was that? That sounds like fun. Okay, if I have both unmuted, there's zero delay on YouTube. W! We finally have no delay on YouTube. Thank God. I finally fixed the YouTube side. I finally fixed the YouTube side? Question mark! What the fuck was that? What the hell? Hello, Leon. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Boop, boop. Wait, did I miss a lot? I probably missed a lot of the chat. We're a normal human with our arms. Now we're almost a bean. Yeah, that's true. Big W, no more delay on YouTube. But yeah, for the new people that's in chat right now, we are also streaming on YouTube. So if you guys want to watch on YouTube rather than Twitch, you guys can go do that. What the fuck is that? How do we get across that guy? I don't know. Okay, the door's right there. Okay, I was blind. Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the drowning. Wait, what? Yeah. Hello, Chaos, welcome in. Hi, hi. I might not be able to see um if it's deleted though. My freaking arm hurts so much that I can't even stretch because it's going to hurt. Oh gosh. That's bad. Uh oh my god, no. Okay, okay. There you go, there you go. You just had to ask. Oh my god. Yeah, I got a double hydrate. Thank you, thank you. That was very useful. Um, I okay. Do we just go through that guy? Thank you for the head pat too. Because I got a shot. I'm lagging ass. Oh shit. You're lagging, cat? Oh no. Dogs are so expensive. You have to be content with a single arm. Yeah, you guys have to be content with that. It was supposed to be that expensive in the first place anyway. Wait, can I click that? Is this... Is this a window? Okay, that's a window. What does that guy do? Wait, were we able to jump before in Poppy Playtime? I feel like we weren't able to jump before. Yo, thank you for the stretchy. Right. You need to bark again. Oh my god. God damn it, chat. Too much, too much. Wait, are we able to jump in Poppy Playtime before? I'm pretty sure we weren't. Were we? Oh, boop. Trying to cheat is expected. I didn't see, I'm blind. Okay. No more that redeem. What? Sir? Okay. I can't go close to it, but I can go to the door beside it. My kingdom is forever. Alright, alright. No, stop! Stop with the hype! You guys are redeeming so much of it. Okay, we can we go here? Okay, we can't go there. Can we go here? We can go here. Can we go here? Can't go here. Alright. This is where we need to go, and then turn on the generator, open that door, get to the other door. The other guy, little guy, is not guarding. Okay. What's too much? You guys are losing and winning your gambles. That's nice. Oh my god, hello Radif from YouTube. W. Oh god. Competing speed with the barks, no. Okay, I can't get there. What? Sir, you're very confusing. I can't get to that room because he's in front of it. And I have nothing to sway him with. Do I go to the other rooms? No, I can't. Well, miss you. Hello, welcome in from YouTube side. W. Wait. Wait, what is that? No, no. I'm missing something and I don't exactly know what. Is that slime? Why is there slime there? I turned on that. I can't get to that room. Still stuck at the typing on the screen. Eh? How? How do I get to that button if this door is locked? Can I get something? Wait. It's right here. I'm so blind. Oh, so it doesn't like the light. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, we open that. We get here. We can't get there. But we can open this. Oh, whoa. What is that? I'm watching Kaiju number 8. Oh, isn't that a good anime? Nice. Dark cooldown won't allow me to gamble. You guys gamble too much. The cooldown's not liking it. Whoa. Whoa. They speak. Do I just fall down there? Or do I jump? I can jump. Right, I forgot. We fall down here. Wait, no. Can I get in here? Good anime, yeah, right? I haven't watched it though. I wanna watch it. There's a lot of anime I wanna watch, but like so little time. Where are we? Okay, we're somewhere. Can't open that. Okay, we're finally here. The wrong side out. Ultimo saw you earlier? Oh. Whoops. Oh my god. Thank you for the drowning. Oh, those little things are from the advertisement we saw earlier, I think. Oh yeah, that's true. Thank you for being a tavern regular, Maddie. Welcome in. I don't think we needed to parkour that much, so we're fine. It seems like they are living here. They made a way. They made like little houses for them to live in, which is kind of cute. But they're a little bit aggressive. What is in here? Am I supposed to be in here? Let's get out of here. Ew, what is that? What is that? Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna get drowned, guys. I'm drowning too much. Okay, I didn't see that. I did not see that. Alright. I see more of them running around. Okay, pull that. Alright, get into here? No? Alright, let's go here. Alright, more lights, more lights. I went to the anime con yesterday and brought like Columbina posters and cards. Oh! Columbina's pretty cute, isn't she? She's cute, she's cute. But isn't Genshin like literally in all of the conventions? There's always Genshin merch everywhere. Drowning an elf alive turned sick game show. I mean, yeah, that's basically what you guys are doing, huh? Ow. Alright. Turn this on. 10 out of 10 would watch. No! Why would you guys want to watch it? Oh. Okay, not there. Why would you guys want to drown an elf? Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. I got Dipsy. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Matty. Chewed up gum under the desk be like they are just everywhere. Tiny little things. Tiny annoying things even. The country is like starting anime trend. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Okay. There's another one there. Okay, we needed to get past it really fast. Okay. Now we're here. Is there another room? No. There's more of them over there. We need to go here. Jump. Crouch. Open this. When chapter 5 came out, so many edits came out of the prototype with Vox is songs. Wait, why? Why Vox songs? What the hell? Oh. That's That's quite the way to die, you know? Cause she talks about drowning a lot, might as well give her a hand. No! I mean, that's fair. Hey, I don't talk about it a lot. You guys just like to drown me a lot. It just, you guys drown me too much. Too much drowning. The cooldown will probably get increased to compensate. Plus, I don't even think that's even allowed. To mention to click hydrate every time it's cooldown. No, chat. I would increase it if you guys do that. Can she even swim? No. Not really. I can swim, but I can't float. So I would drown in like deep water. Just hanging around. No, you guys cannot set an automation. If you do, I might have to make it increased. Make it a lot more. Wait, where are we going? Click it again. What? Are we going all the way back to where we came from? No, I can't. I see you don't like it, wink wink. I see. I mean, no, I don't really like... Oh wait, what's that? Whoa. Find a way to reach the key. This is a way to go back to where we came from then. Oh. I can't float. Oh my god. Stop. The hydrate. Oh my god. Thank you for the drowning. Guys, oh my goodness. I'm like gonna run out of water. I'm gonna run out of water. Oh my gosh. I can swim. I can't swim. Who's the mother? Wait, what? What is happening? Are you guys making families in chat now? Hey, wait, stop. V for backlight. For black light. Wow. Oh, that's cool. There's an arrow. Leave, they don't like me here. Oh my god, they have a whole game. Wait, okay. I can't get in here, can I? Alright. What else is there? I forgot that happens. Translation then, what are you guys talking about? That do... Eh? Water? No, stop water. You're barely on that part. It's people to look at blacklight IRL. I own a really strong one. No. I haven't looked at blacklight IRL actually. Huggy. Gotta be careful to not die. Oh gosh. I know someone should come out, no? There's more. Okay, go up here. Oh wait, could we go there? Okay, we are going here. Kizu, what is something that throws from the sky? Nothing, nothing throws from the sky. Nothing at all. Nothing throws from the sky. Are we out? God damn it, I knew it. I knew it. I called it. There's a lot of writing here. Oh my god. You freaking home, man. Oh my goodness. My heart. This game is not good for the heart. It's not good for the heart at all. Hey, 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 that's right. Go away. Oh, okay. We're just gonna keep going. I'm gonna assume we're going this way. I don't want to turn on the black light yet. Should I? I think we should. Okay. They're playing. What is this called? Do you guys know what this game is called? I don't know what this game is called. Hey, hey, go away. Yeah, that's right. Get away from here. Shoo. The little star you have makes the different faces in different situations. It will look weird during a chase. Oh, really? That's so cute. Hopscotch? Oh, it's called hopscotch. Yeah, okay. We played that when I was younger. I just didn't remember what it's called. Why does that look like a torture device? It's a very painful torture device. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going away. Wait, black light. Wait, is someone here? Come out! Come out of hiding! I use those daily. Wait, which one? Hopscotch, you're gonna have to hop, then scotch. Land on both legs. Yeah, I do know how to play it. I just didn't know what it's called. Oh, hey, nice. We got the key. I just didn't know what it's called, you know. Where are we going here? I wanna think we're going the other way. This way. No? Are we going back where we came from? How is that inflatable house is still inflated? I don't know. That's a good question. How have they not popped? Wait, can't inflated stuff stay inflated for a while? Or is that not thing? Where are we supposed to go again? Are we going back to where we came from? Holy lag washing machine. Oh god. Is it that laggy? Hi Steve, welcome back. The Automos are keeping it so. Oh, stream went down? What? Stream went down? On Twitch? It ain't good? Oh god. Wait a minute, stop. Wait, I was asking like hello, welcome back, and I... Oh. Wait, did the timer get reset? The animatronics got hurt? Oh my god. It's like... Wait, how long did the stream go down for? Her setup down? Oh wait, give me a second. Oh, for a minute? Wait, I didn't know. Oh my god. Please don't tell me the Wi-Fi is bad. Let me check. Oh no. Wait, is stream still down? Wait, stream should be good because you guys are replying to me. Oh, that's horrible. Wait, Thursday is FNAF 1. Yeah, yeah, FNAF. FNAF 1 fun stuff. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Stream on Twitch is gone. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh no. Otherwise, how is YouTube still working? How is YouTube still working? How do I stream again on Twitch? Wait, it says it says Twitch is still. Ever 5v2 intensive for Twitch? Oh my god. Uh, I said F, but I know it's coming back. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, give me a second, give me a second. Chat, are we good? Are we back? Is it good? Oh my gosh. What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh god, did it go down again? Did it go down again? It's gone again. What is happening? Oh no. Chat? Chat? Hello? Oh no. Why is stream going down on Twitch? Hello, Twitch? Uh, just asking what's happened. 3 streams in one day. We are blessed. No, oh god. Wait, okay, chat. Are we stable? Could we be stable on Twitch? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, give me a second. No, we're back to streaming with like 33 seconds on Twitch. No, YouTube is fine. Yeah, YouTube seems fine. Sign up roller coaster for stream. There's a roll. We are going on a roller coaster for today's stream. Actually, insane. Okay, let's hope that it doesn't go down again. Let me check what is happening. Literally, the voice just said it backwards. I'm switching now. Oh my god. Hello, Octa. Welcome in YouTube. Is YT good right now? Yeah, YT is fine. YouTube's fine. I don't know why Twitch went down like really badly. No one told me it went down. Oh, I didn't know it went down. Oh god. Ergology. Dang, the second streak cleanse is hitting hard. No. The streak cleanse is fine, right? The streaks are fine. It shouldn't affect anything, I hope. Not stable. Cause it was fine earlier, then it crashed, then it was up for a second, then gone. Oh. Oh gosh. Hope it stays good now though. I think this counts as the same stream and my streak isn't increased. That's good for all chatters not present. That's true. Oh my god. I'm so sorry everyone. I didn't know stream stopped. Okay. Twitch is tweaking. Yeah, Twitch is tweaking hard. YouTube is fine in case it goes down again. Yeah. If it goes down again, chat, please do tell me on YouTube, or anyone that's on YouTube, please do tell me. Oh my goodness. Oh god, thank you for being a Tavern regular again, Steve and Radif and Zeki. Damn, you guys are redeeming it too much. Too much. No, and Chongi. Are you guys loading? Is it loading? Twitch was not built to see such wonders. Oh god, YT comments not working for me. No. And Bernadette, thank you too. I didn't even redeem it before the crash. Okay, that's fair. Uh, don't worry, I'm on both. Alright. double drink day. No. Is it loading for you? Is it loading for your Twitch side? Twitch, are you guys loading? Um, are we loading on Twitch side? Oh gosh. Wonky elf. Oh, mine is still loading, but it's not my internet. Oh no. Let me check. Um, YouTube, Twitch, hello, Twitch, please. Hello, Travi, thank you for being a Tubber regular. I think it's her internet, it's not mine. Wait, why did it stop on Twitch though if it's fine on YouTube? Otherwise, YouTube would be down too, that's true. Fuck, we have an ad break incoming, everyone. Make sure to get some water while the ad break is ongoing. I'm going back to Twitch. I can't gamble here. Yeah, there's no gambling on YouTube. There you go. No clue. Twitch was not built to see such wonders. Yes, Twitch does not like Puppy Playtime Chapter 5. That's why there's also no category for it. I thought they just installed the internet on the moon. I think they might. They installed it a while ago, but the internet's a little iffy here, you know, with all the wire and cables connecting to Earth. It's kind of hard. Octa be having withdrawals. True, that was really weird that your camera crashed out. Wait, what happened to my camera? Um, Okay, chat. Tell me, is Twitch fine? Are we lagging on Twitch? Are we loading better on Twitch? Are we good? Are we loading good? Oh gosh. Mine okay, it's fine. Twitch be swimmingly. Alright, it's fine for me. Okay, thank you. Oh gosh. God damn it, Poppy Playtime Chapter 5, why are you doing this to me? I haven't had this ever happen to me. I mean, I've had stream go down like really badly, but like not like that. Not like this. Okay. Shall we get back into the fuck? Thank you for the drowning. Yeah. Thank you. I'm used to the mental abuse right now. The gambling mental abuse. Chapter 5 be too powerful, why else is there no category yet? That's true. I hope we're gonna be fine. I think her body is just going to be filled with water. 60% water, not 80% now. I'm filled with water at this point. I'm just water. Are really getting excessive. Yeah, you guys. We're gonna have to increase the time right now. Actually insane. You guys are going ham about this. Too much water. Too much water. Okay, we're increasing it by like 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you for the lurkies, Javier. I'm back from playing with friends and lurking. Hello, cool guy. Welcome back. I'm the one with the water. The water, stop. Stop with the water. Limit the usage per stream, Lamau. I did make it better. Anyways, ta-da-da. Thank you for being a topping regular, Javier. I think we should be good, right? I hope nothing goes down again. Thank you for the head pat. Oh gosh, yeah, we had to make a new stream. So now it's not connected to the other stream. So we have a stream for 2 hours ago. Okay. Such powerful lurking. Have you doing it twice? Real. Thank you for being top and regular Octa. Alright. Then water has hit the stream. The water? No, the water is a tsunami. It's a tsunami at this point. That's why the stream went down. Because we had a tsunami. Okay. Right. Chat. We got the key. That's basically what we got. We got the key over there, and then now we're gonna have to find our way back. I don't know what I need the key for. I forgot. I just know we need the key. We go here. Okay, we're going there. The light. Where the light shows us the way for the key. Ah. We should have a hydrate count, to be honest. Water and electricity does not mix at all. That's true. I agree. Wait. Where are we? Wetness? Wait! Hydrate count wetness. Oh my god. Wait, that's a funny redeem. Wait, I really need to add all of the new commands. We still haven't added the PP battle, which I really do want to add. That's a really funny redeem. Or command actually. Take this wetness, more wetness is a quote, you know. I don't know. The wetness. Ooh, wow. Hydrate counter wetness. What are we doing? What? Wait, I had the light on. Stop! I have light on. No, no. We're going in the morgue. Stop. Give me more points to gamble. Oh.
The one who put mommy in the grinder? Who gave the cat a nap? Down here, they're calling you the Playtime Butcher.
Oh. They talk.
What are you doing?
Well, we established that.
Is Poppy... I mean... You were with her, right? And the rest of them?
Mm-hmm.
Safe haven?
Yeah.
I heard things. We can't stay here.
Wait, you can give points? I don't think you can. Is it possible? It's a long schlong. Long schlong. Nice schlong. Next live stream, you should probably play Five Nights at Freddy's, one with the main character of Gregory. I haven't played proper Five Nights at Freddy's, but wait, no, I do have which one was it? The Rockstar game. Wait, the one where they're rock stars. I forgot what it's called. Yes, it's Security Breach. Right, I do have Security Breach. But we are playing FNAF fan games. Oh, what? We're playing FNAF fan games on Wednesday. Wait, on Thursday. I think on Thursday, yeah. So if you wanna see the schedule, we do have a schedule. It's posted in Discord and YouTube as well. I will switch over the background of Twitch for the schedule. Do. Has the Glamrock animatronics? Yeah, it does. I do have the game, but I haven't played it. Twitch still working? Hello, Disnots, welcome in. Yes. Twitch should be working. Twitch is up now, I think. It should be good. I hope. She will play whatever she planned. Yeah. We got plans. We got the plan. We got the schedule. Oh god. What's the name of the horror game? We're playing Poppy Playtime. Woo woo. Welcome in, Evan. Welcome. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Wait, chat, it's the prototype, right? Yo, that's huge. That's a big spider. Falling to the These nuts. Oh god. Oh, that's crazy. More details in the description if you wish to see it. Yeah. The fifth one? Yeah, it's chapter 5. There's no chapter 5 on Twitch categories, so we have to play chapter... we have to put chapter 1 of Poppy Playtime. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm Cat Haven on Twitch. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Twitch is up again, so we're good, we're good. Is it good now? Are we supposed to... Can we go out? What the hell?
He doesn't usually come down here. You must have got him real worked up.
Wait, I like this guy. He's a nice guy.
This way.
Giblet! His name's Giblet! What a cute man. What a cute little man. Hey Giblet, how you doing? Current game is Puppy Playtime Chapter 5. Twitch doesn't have a category for it. Yeah. We don't have a category for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's been out for like... Oh god, the lag. Oh god. Pretty sure it's been out for like a month
I know it's not
or
like
more.
you, who needs fancy murals on the wall and string lights or a barber shop or whatever? And I got plans anyway.
The big
I'm not gonna be down here forever.
guns are immune to light for whatever reason. That's true.
I'm feeling sorry for himself.
Which is weird.
The way I see it, everything's a tragedy until it's meant to be. You think this is an accident? You ending up down here like this? Both of us
Wow.
wanted to kill the prototype. I mean,
The animation is so
this
good
is
though.
right? I'm not some kind of hero, but
I mean, that explains all the lag.
gotta get you outfitted first. You're not gonna last down here with just a cheap nightlight.
Ooh. No! What? Oh my god, it has faces! If you enter the vents at a certain angle, you can walk through it instead of crawl. Oh, wait, that's cool. You could try that.
Here, boilers. Lots of gear got tossed down there after it all went down. I'm pretty sure I saw an old grabber.
Oh,
I'll point you there.
is that a map?
Just let me know when you caught your breath.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Nice, nice. We're gonna have a grab pack. Let's go. Alright. Da. Looks like Ratchet. Who the hell is Ratchet? He's Giblet. He's a cute little Giblet man. He's not that cute, but he's cute. Ratchet and Clank. I don't know them. Oh my god, I don't know them.
Chum's gonna tear us.
Hello, little sniper dog. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, hi. Okay, what? Wait, there's no
Mess with that. That's
personal. Why did we take it? Why did we take it? It's a puck from Ice Age? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's Giblet, my man, the man.
that's not. That's just. It's nothing. That's just a piece of trash I found.
Aw. Oh, thank you for the follow, John Demon. Welcome in, welcome in.
You should head to the boilers.
Oh, we found more. Thank you for the follow, little sniper dog. W. If you're not careful, Steve will try. Oh my god, what? Wait, Jarnay? Thank you for the follow, Jarnay. Welcome in. Hello? What will Steve do? Chop down my trees? We're not in a tree right now. We're not in a forest. Apple. To tame you. Oh my god, no thank you. No. Boop. Ratchet and Clank is from the early 2000s. I don't think I ever heard of them. I might have not heard of them.
Through there. The pipes.
Oh
lead
wait,
down.
what's the... Ow!
Meet me up in R&D once you got what you need.
Wait,
Get things cooking.
what's the... Where are we? Is that where we are? Boiler room? Are we in the boiler room? What is that? What is that? I don't know what is... what those are, but we're gonna go. Steve is a dog tamer? No! Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the drowning. Ah. I'm gonna be filled with so much water, chat. No more taming. No more taming. Ow! No more taming! Yeah! No taming. Steve is gone. Don't worry. Brewski looks like Hatchet's smushed. Unfollowed accidentally? Damn, you just didn't wanna be here, Johnny. I see how it is. I see. What is that? Uh... I wanna see who the fuck Ratchet is now. Ratchet and Clank, right? Thank you for the stretchy. Thank you. Oh, I don't see the resemblance. I don't see the resemblance at all. Autocorrect. 18 minutes, the stream crash? Yes. The stream crashed really badly. It's, I don't know what happened. I'm gonna keep an eye on YouTube and Discord. How come? There is nothing to keep an eye on Discord for right now. We're pretty good on Discord. We good. Johnny joined the Discord just now? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure he's been in the Discord. Shall abandon YT. Twitch is working. Alright, thank you for stopping by over in YT. W. Just safety? That's fair. Where the hell are we going? What are we doing? What did we get? We got something over there. Issue... this one. Red doll from a failed wrong side out animals toy line. It's cute. I like it. Okay. Let me see. What are we supposed to do? I can't get in here. What are we doing here? Wait, do we go up? There's nothing to go up to. That's where we came from. Alright, here it is. Okay. I just needed to look around. Oh god. I'm watching the stream playing Oh god, what the fuck?
A reminder that the blood in her brain was once in her bum.
What the? No, it's not. I disagree. Oh no, what's that? Is something here? I'm low-key scared. You wanna deal with clips? What happened? These names are crazy. What happened? I don't know what the clips are. You know, if you guys remind me, we'll watch the clips at the end of the stream. Damn, that's a lot to do, Berna. Okay. Boiler room. Ew, what is that? I did not like that reminder. Yeah, I don't like that reminder at all. That's a bad reminder. I was not expecting that one too. No, there isn't. There's no freaking way. Oh god, what is happening? Why is there so much music? Clanking, clonking? What is happening? Okay, we're in the office. Why is the game saving? Does that mean there's something happening? Something bad? Haha ha.
Wait, she had brain cells?
I do have brain cells sometimes. Hello, Rabbit. Welcome in. Red stuff is poppy gel. Not good. It doesn't look good at all. Would you like to sip it? I mean, if it's gel, right? It could be like good for you. There's nothing in here. Why did we go here? Oh, whoops. You can read the clips on Discord. Ah, we'll check the clips after stream and then we'll watch it together. If this is a really long chapter, this might be divided into 2 streams. I mean, even right now, we already had the first part of the stream kinda go down, so now it's like 2 different streams anyway. Wow! Wait, it moves. Oh, it moves. What the hell? Can we like go a different way first? No. Oh, what the hell? What was that? That was creepy. Wait, that big guy moves. It's a big dinosaur. It's like Octa. Nice. That's different later because they learned at the end. What, 2 streams? Yeah, the first stream went down. Wait, I don't... Down, down, down. What you mean? 3 streams for this game? No! I think we can try to finish it in this one if we can. Oh god. Joy Maker? Oh, okay, we're going to get that. We're going to get the grab pack. I need that. On the way to 2 minute stream. I deleted the 2 minute stream. It's gone. It's gone. Definitely not all about efficiency. Yeah. We try to have fun with our games. Can't I just reach it? There you go. He moves. He's alive. Odd. Alright, we're running. Number of days of stream if Frieza wasn't blind. What? I didn't know. You guys were still responding in chat, so I thought the stream was fine. Hi Rabbit. Basically, the stream went down for like for a little bit. Because I didn't see that the stream went down. So now we have a second stream up, and we've only been streaming for what? I don't know. I can't see. Do I need that? Are we supposed to be on this side? Is there anything on this side? No, there isn't. Alright. 26 minutes. Yep. 26 minutes. Wait. Oh god, that's a lot of 6-7 emotes. Oh my goodness. We literally just had like a whole... Oh wow. We literally just had a whole segment of 6-7 because of the 6-7 hype train. That will forever be in my memory. Everyone was shouting and gambling. It was like a real world apocalypse. Everyone was gambling. It was a real apocalypse. Ah. Okay, are we supposed to go here? Did we... Okay, we're going back to the other side. You're concerned about what happened? Everyone still likes to gamble. Gambling is still fun. Oh god. Oh no, gotcha! Reese's pro streamer, get in here in less than 30 minutes. Oh. I mean, yeah, I'm very good at this, you know. We're getting here like less than 30. It's only been what, 30 minutes and we're already at this part of the game? That means we're really good at the game, right? What are we doing with this? Do we need to get up there? Wait, what? 1 day and 20 hours. Nice. Oh no, you guys are gambling your Hunana. No. Oh. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Can we bring you over here? Jump on that. Jump on this. Jump on that. Oh god. Why is it slowly moving? Why is it slowly moving like that? Not this one. Didn't work. Gamble my grandma. No! Keep your grandma. Your grandma's nice. Don't do that. I already gambled her away. No! Not the grandma. I feel sad. I feel kind of bad for him. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, something is eating him. No, that's so messed up. That is so messed up. Where are we going here? Do I need that? Oh, we need to go there. Oh, whatever. Let's go here first. Poor Braun. It's a Braun, his name. No, they're still eating him. Stop! Get away! Man, this poor man. She got hit by... Oh, god damn it. I need to stop reading chat while playing. Wait, bazooka. The bazooka! On your grandma? Come on. Can I get a close-up of Braun again? We can't get a close-up of Braun. Here you go. This is Braun. That's it. And like something did something to him and now he's down. Poor Braun. Alright, here we are. Press B for backlight. Da 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 da. What are we doing? Why is there an arrow up? Oh wait. Pie chart 75%. Why is it going up? Experiments 10%, meeting 5%, business trips 9%, food plus sleep 1%, personal time. Wait, how many? Oh, whoops. That's four numbers. 7591. Wait, no, there's also a 10. Eh? New hand alert! New hand if I can get the hand! Hello, say welcome in. Wait. What the fuck? 4 letters. TR plus RS is the most unsubtle secret couple ever. TR plus RS? Who the hell is that? What is up here? There's nothing up here. Why are you guys pulling out quotes? Oh god. Random quote. Okay. I wanna try 7591. I don't know if that's gonna work. Okay, that's wrong. What am I missing? What about these guys? These guys, what are you guys? Why is there a lamp there? TR plus RS. What the hell is TR plus RS? So unsettled secret couple ever. It goes up. What? Ah! Okay. Okay. There's nothing up there. What is on the other side? Wait, there's a door right here that I can't go to. There's more on that side, but I can't bring. I can't bring this guy on here because it doesn't move. Ding 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 ding. Alright, can't seem to get Vale City out of my mind. Any tips to get rid of... Wait, what's that? Is that a song? Honestly, I'm not even trying to spam and just experimenting with this. Yeah, that's fair. It's fine. It's a pretty chill game. Hand pressure. Da, 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 da. What am I doing wrong? Oh, you freaking hoe. Oh my god. Okay, okay. 0859. 0859. God damn it. Okay, it worked. The reason be better. It makes sense. Okay. What do we do here? Dancing Toothless song? Oh, that's the name of the song? Okay. That's a cute song though. I like that song. What? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the drowning. Pressure hand is my favorite? Wait. I'm confused. Wait, I go on the other side. Ah, thank you for the water. Okay, let's go on the other side. Hello, Brown. Oh! That stretchy totally didn't scare me or anything. Thank you for the stretchy. Alright. God damn it. I fell down because of that. No. I didn't. Where did you think that? Why would you think that? Where did you get that? No, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that's a good parking, I think. Nor it's not. It's not. It's not. Okay, now it is. Now it is. Wait, no, it's not. Fuck that. Oh! I gotta stop doing this. I gotta stop doing this. Okay. I don't know what the other hand you guys are talking about is, so... Okay. Finally made it. Oh. Oh, we got a tape. We got our first tape. Which Reese scared by horror movies? Nah, Bones, yeah. Stretchy's hell, yeah. I don't know why, okay. I hear you. Yo. Oh my god. Poppy? Landreesa one brain cell? We have one brain cell currently.
Prototype, stop this. Please. You wanted something better, but let the orphans go. You won't get it. Don't you see that? Even if you kill me, you'll be fighting the others for years. Please, just
Oh my gosh.
no one else needs to die for either of us. Please.
Do you guys think she's gonna die? Does that mean it's playtime now? It's definitely playtime now. Oh, everything dies except them? Oh no. Oh no. Playing time, playing with Poppy! Wreck Poppy right now. I'm kidding, please don't. I don't know what they're doing, honestly. Wait, the game is so low. You guys probably can't hear it too. Make it a little bit louder. With the voice, at least. Wait, okay, it's still low. Right. My bad. My ears are sensitive. I can't have it be too high. There you go. Oh god, that does not sound good. She said the title is mentioned. Roll the credits, end the game, end the story. It's done. We're through. She's fine. She doesn't seem fine. She was screaming and everything. She does not seem fine. Volume sliders, no. What do you mean? Why do you have to see the numbers? What do you mean? Physically hurt me? Don't you like the numbers right now? It looks pretty nice, right? It looks nice. Here you go. I'll make it better for you guys. There. Okay? I'll make it to end at a nice note. Here you go. Here you go. So it doesn't hurt your soul. Here we go. Is that better? There are multiples of 5. How dare you tell my eyes need bleach? I've also put them on sensible numbers. The numbers don't help my OCD. Here, there you go. 81's still better. There's still a 55. No, no, there isn't. Oh wait, right. There's a 44. I didn't see that. Thank you. There you go. That's better, right? It's all good now. It's all good. Yeah. You guys like the numbers right now. This one, right? Yeah. There's still 69. Yeah, and that's your favorite number. That's good. That's a good number. Good number, right? Good number. Good number. Good number. Okay. Alright. My family left me alone because I wasn't feeling well, so it's time to watch recently. Oh, welcome back, Art. Looney, I hope you're doing well though. Make sure to get some rest. Alright. I'm really not good at okay, that should be good. Alright. Hi. Thank you, Ritu. That's good. See? You guys are now fine. Are breakable using the pressure hand. How do we... Oh, this. Nice! 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 Were you there for the stream crash, Looney? Oh, I think they were with their family. Come on, everyone's gotta have family time. Family time is peak. Peak family time. What are we doing? What? What is this? Am I only mod without a sub? Dying, that was unexpected. That's true. I think you are. Maybe me like it? What is this room? What? Okay, wait. Wait. Get me up. Get me up, 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 down moment. Da 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 da. Okay, there you go. Is there a way to get up here? Oh, wait a minute. I think I was talking with my foster mother. I don't know if I saw that. No, 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 no worries, Looney. Enjoy your time with family. Wait, so this one goes first. Wait! What are you doing? Oh no, why are we here? No! No! Wait, what? Am I supposed to be here or did I glitch the game? I might have glitched the game here. Wait a minute. Wait, am I supposed to be here? Question mark. Wait, I am. Okay, I am. Good to know I didn't glitch the game. We made through chapter 5. Hell yeah! I'm just that goated, you know. It's only been 45 minutes since we started stream. We haven't been stuck anywhere. Nah. I'm just that goated at playing this game. Oh, they aren't horrible, but at the same time they aren't good. Oh, that's oh. I'm glad at least they're not that bad. Everyone has really rough family sometimes. Wait, where am I? Wait, okay, wait. We gotta go through it really fast. Yeah, let's go. We made it. Yeah, that's right. I'm the goat. Let's go. It wasn't so bad. Do 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 do. Whoa, what is this? Everyone got them subs from Gamer. That's true. Shout out for the goat. W goat. I think everyone did get this. The subs from Gamer. Oh god, we lag every time we load. Alright. Sounds like fun. Running a stream on tab, rest on laptop. Alright. Hell yeah. I was on the bus and couldn't get my laptop out, so I chose YouTube to mod. No worries, no worries. Wait. Oh, why are things falling? Oh, that is unstable. Okay, I see why they're falling now. Okay, you can't go here. I haven't played chapter 5, so I can't even ruin it. Oh, hell yeah! Let's go, let's experience it together! What is this? Actually not struggling at all, I have to say. Hell yeah! I'm having a lot of fun. Not struggling. Does this open? No, it doesn't. Alright. No! Wait. It can't pull me up. Okay, not that either. Wait, this should be stable then. Alright, you know what? Let's get up here again. And quickly cross over. And then, wait a minute. How far can I go? Okay, that's good, that's good. Oh, okay, we made it, we made it. We're playing Tarzan here. Oh, okay. We're playing Tarzan. What a nice, fun game. I think the farthest I got in Poppy Playtime before everything happened with me was chapter 3, I think? I don't remember. Oh! Chapter 3, I think, was a while ago. Okay, wait. How do we... Can I reach that? No. Where are we landing here? I can't land anywhere. Okay, that's stable. Alright, that's good. Okay, we should not be able to go there. Okay, go back. Doesn't exist yet. Apparently, it's a hoax from Big Poppy to sell more Poppy Playtime. That's true. I don't get why it's okay, we're going here. I don't get why it's not in Twitch yet neither, which is crazy. Because they seem to be pretty updated with like new games. And Poppy Playtime 5 has been out for like a while now. Okay, not there. Freaking Tarzan, let's go! That was a fun room. I like that room. Blue. Is there anything else over here? No? 35 parkour pro. Let's go! I'm a parkour pro, man. I'm so good at it. Absolutely coded. I've only watched. Oh, wait, really? Nah, you don't need to play this game. It's a scary game. Or, well, there's a lot of puzzles. If you want to play puzzles, you can definitely play this game. What is over here? Pressure hand attached to objects. Press to build up pressure, then release to build up. Can we? What pressure are we doing here? What are we pressuring? What are we pressuring? Popia needs the money. Hello, Golden Arrow. Welcome in. Thank you for being a tavern regular. Oh, this one. Ew. I need this. How do we... Oh, wait. What? Can I put more pressure over here? Oh, wait, I can just pressure this. Peer pressure? Hell yeah, I'm kidding. Peer pressure is really bad. Closer. Alright, that... use the pressure hand to build up pressure in the tank, then use the lever to lock it in. Oh. Alright. Yippee! Did that work? What are we doing? Oh. This seems nice. Why is there a lot of fungi here? What? Why is there a lot of fungi? What the hell? I have to go take care of everyone. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Cole. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day or night. Peer pressure isn't necessarily bad if you are bad. I mean, peer pressure is good if your friends are pressuring you into doing something good, right? If they're pressuring you into doing something bad, then it's bad. We should know this by now. I think I've been peer pressured a lot. By my friends. I think it's kinda easy to peer pressure me too. I feel like I fold too easily, and like they kinda do have the advantage when it comes to making me do something. I don't know if it's good or bad. Cause like I don't want to be peer pressured, I guess, unless it's a good thing. But yeah, it's definitely easy to peer pressure me. What the fuck? I don't know the semantics of peer pressure. Being in a group makes you feel safer. You go along with the group. Yeah. It makes you feel safer if you're with them. Ew. Alright, we're gonna pop. Ew, what is that? Why is it? Why does it have faces? Can I? Wait. I need more things to pop. Do I see anything to pop? But yeah, sometimes it's like bad things that they're peer pressuring me into, and like, I ended up going with it because I feel bad if I say no, which isn't good. Like I should definitely stand my ground, but like sometimes it's hard with friends, you know. Oh my god. It's watching us. Bro, they're watching us. Oh. They know what we're doing every single time. Oh. Oh no. What is happening? Oh yeah, what Octo said. I know the definition but not the specifics. Ah, makes sense. Wait. Oh. It's like, let's see. Sometimes when after classes, right? You would wanna go home and stuff because you're tired. But instead your friends are like, "Come on, let's go out. Let's have some fun." You know, like, and then like they make you feel bad if you don't join. They're like, "Oh, but like, the entire group is gonna be there and then you're gonna be the only one that's not there." They're also gonna use like FOMO, you know. Like I'm not saying all friends are like that, but like that's like a situation where a friend could do that for you. I realized I need to take my medicine. Go take it, go take it. Are we nearly there? This one's already taken out. There's another one that needs to be taken out. I think it's this one. Phew. Alright. And then take this out. Is that good? We need one more. One more somewhere. Standing out from the crowd can make you feel like there's a target on you, so you gotta go with the flow instead of against it. Yeah, that's true. There's also another definition of it. Wait, what am I missing here? I'm missing something. Can I break this now? Okay, what is in here? I don't know what's in here, and I'm scared. I have someone to remind me to take my meds. W. Another root bites the dust. Another root bites the dust. Hey, hey, hey. We're doing so good, actually. I'm not that stuck. Let's go. We did good. You forgot to. Goddamn. What a bad caretaker. Make sure to stay to drink your meds, everyone, if you have meds. Stay hydrated, get some water. Is this recent confirmation about chapter 5 is easier than chapter 4? Maybe. I mean, I was already stuck in chapter 4 at the start, but like, I kinda am going through chapter 5 faster than chapter 4. I don't know why. Oh, hello, Mont. Welcome in. Thank you for being a tavern regular. Oh. Oh wait, I meant thank you for the follow. thank you for the drowning. I am out of water. Wait. Okay, never mind. I still have more. Thank you so much for the water. Rita can be pretty level-headed when she isn't B. Wait, was it B? What? B what? When I'm not B. Being chased, right? Yeah, that's true. all all logic goes out of the window once I'm getting chased. Hello, Mon. Yes, thank you for being your first tavern regular. Welcome in. And thank you for the first tavern regular, Arctic Looney. Yeah. One martini. Moon martini. I actually haven't tasted moon martini before, but I do want to try it. Forgetting to claim those hoops? No worries, no worries. Okay. Uh. You? And you. No? Do you need it? Wait, how am I gonna... They're rusty. Wait. How do I get around them though? That's a question instead. Alright. What am I missing here? Stop watching me, doctor! What chapter is this? Hello, meow, dumpster, welcome in. We're playing chapter 5. Poppy Playtime. On the rocks. Hell yeah, with ice! We need ice. What is happening? Did I miss something? Maybe I shouldn't have been here first. Let's keep going down. I need 2 power, but these 2 are rusted and I can't... Can I? Wait! Oh, wait, I have an idea. Not working? It's not working! I haven't had a martini in years. This is a condition. I miss it. Aww. I mean, it's always healthy to not have alcohol. Come on. Good. Good. It's good for you. I also don't know what it tastes like. I haven't tasted martinis in a while. Or maybe I haven't in general. I don't remember having tasted it. I'm surprised everything isn't rusted in this old factory. That's true. It's only these 2 that's rusted. I mean, they get powered once you... I can see the people's chats. Oh, I'm sorry. We are multi-streaming with Twitch and YouTube. So, you can see their chats on top of my head. So, yeah. Currently, you can't see the ones on Twitch. I'm sorry. You can see it on the screen though, but I don't know if you can see it that well. But they are there. Can't believe I'm late. Hello, Sonic. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Why can't I power this? I would think that I put pressure onto this, but it won't let me. Put pressure for power? You can just watch like Burma? Yeah, you can multi-watch if you want. What is an idea? Birthday wine stream? Oh. You guys want me to drink for the birthday stream? I haven't drank in a good 2 months, I think. Yeah, I think it's been 2 months. Wait, what? That could be funny though. That could be funny. What do you guys think? I can't drink wine anymore. It messes with my heart now. Yeah, you shouldn't drink anything that's bad for you. It's good though. It's good. Wait, what am I missing, chat? I've been on such a streak, like not asking you guys what to do, and now I can't do it. What about this? Oh wait, what about? No wait, I have two hands. No. Eh. For the last 2 hours, if it goes bad, then it's not for long. Plus, end off on a funny note. Oh, that's true. I don't particularly want a wine stream. I DK what the masses want. That's fair. That's fair. I kinda don't want to drink during stream either. I feel like we could do like a normal sober stream. I think I think we could think about like, yeah, like maybe the last hour could be funny. But I don't know about drinking on stream still. I think I've done that before, but not like constantly. I like all juices except the green ones, except the healthy ones. Do you wish for help? Okay, fine. Give me help, chat. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Good. What am I missing? Wrap around the whole pillar? Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Wow. God damn it. God freaking damn it. Okay, thank you so much. Now what? Oh, now that's on fire. Alright. That's the new character we saw!
That grabber looks good on you. This is Chum Chomkins.
That's the new character we
Guy
saw!
on the inside. We, sort of look out for each other. Chum, this is who everyone's been talking about. Poppy's Angel.
Whoa.
The Playtime Butcher.
Trailer guy! I didn't
Come
even
on,
see the
I was
trailer
just
for this
Filling
game.
in Chum on our plan.
I feel like we should watch the trailer now every time we start a new chapter for Poppy Playtime. I haven't seen the trailer for
You're
this
not the
game,
first to
so
try and take out the prototype.
next time if there's still more
Everyone
Poppy
tries,
Playtime
you
chapters,
fail.
we're gonna do it to each
You seen
new
the guy?
one
He's so juiced up on that pink
during
stuff,
the Just
cut him in half and
Chatting
he just put
version.
himself back together.
During the Just Chatting
But everyone has
part
a
of the
weakness.
stream.
And Playtime. Hey,
Welcome
there are all
back,
kinds of
Meow
studies.
Jumpster. Welcome
Poking him with
in.
needles into
I want some chum.
Make it
Chum
spreadsheets.
bucket. Chum
and all that
bucket.
science. It's here. Come on! How many years we've been talking about taking this guy out?
Whoa.
This is our chance.
Okay. The only video I saw of this game is the entire
say?
speedrun of the video. Oh
Everything
god.
happens for a reason.
I've not seen anything about this game. Still, I'm not spoiled at all. Find prototype data. Wait. Hey, what? Okay. Meet Chum and Giblet in the engineering. Alright. We can do that. We can do that. Yeah, you will get here, Chum. Don't worry. The Chum bucket. Why does it always break? Alright, let's go. Then come back. Oh, what the heck? Yeah. You gambled her. She's not coming back. Interest in this comment hits 0%. Too scared to speak on how uninteresting this was. What do you mean? What? My stuff made me do that? What do you mean? What is that? What the hell? Chum bucket. Where are we going? Oh wait, I wasn't in the views thing. That's this thing. Oh, commission a facepalm emote. I need to commission a lot of emotes actually. I do have a few emotes that I want, but I still don't have a character design, chat. I need to find an artist like ASAP. But I do have a surprise for I forgot. Thank you for telling me. I do have a surprise for the birthday stream, which is really fun. Wait, there's no lever. Okay, we're gonna go find that. Hello? Alright. First room. Why is everything upside down, man? Holy shit. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. That's weird. It showed on the screen that you can crack glass using pressure hand. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I'm so blind. Get a model soon, trust. I don't think so. Honestly, I'm not trying to get a new model that soon because I don't have the funds for that. What the fuck? The hell? Oh. That makes sense. Okay, let's go over here. Oh no, wait. Okay, now you pull down. Alright, go over there. Yuppie. But I'm only looking for an artist that will design like the first Rizzo design, which I definitely need. Oh shit! Wait, I can just go down from here. Wait, what? Okay, I can't reach that. Well, okay, wait, it stays. Oh fuck. We'll do another parkour again. Okay. Now. Yippee! He figured it out again, big brain. No, stop! Fuck. Can I like reach you? No. Wait. Wait a minute. I don't think it was supposed to work like that at all. It was not supposed to work like that. It worked. Hello, Mori. Welcome in. I hacked the freaking game. I'm such a W, chat. I did so good. Oh my god. That's so funny. I mean, if it works, right, chat? Wait, I need lever. Was that? No, wait, stop. No, it should be fine. Red room and blue room and yellow room. Red room? What? Where's the blue room? Is it down here? What? No. Wait. What? Like 2 losing streak? Hope it stops there. I mean, it could, but also it can't. Wait, what? Oh no, did I break it again? Then I have to do it again? Dumb. Alright. It can't be, right? It can't be. Right? Yeah, I already finished it. Okay. Even hear him curse? No! Yeah, gambling likes to make the house win, you know? I always win. How can I put pressure here if there's no lever? Um, chat. Oh, never mind. It doesn't need a lever. Alright.
Should be a way to get that door
Oh.
open. Hey, Jump. Any idea what to do?
Chum bucket. Gamble is life. Gamble. Alright, we're going up. Going up, up, up. It's our moment. Da 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 da. Alright, that one is actually. Oh, hey, it's Chum! Guys, it's Chum.
Oh
Chum,
boy.
Chum, Chum. Have fun with this puzzle? Oh god. Alright. What are we doing? Okay, we're pulling you. Wait, I can't pull you? Can we break that glass? No, we can't. No, it pulls me up. What are you activating? Wait, I need to see what it's activating
Hope the
first.
prototype isn't waiting for us.
I know, okay, I know. You've been singing Golden every stream? Oh my god. No, I'm not. I know I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, what are you activating? Oh, wait. Okay.
I got it. Maybe unplug it and plug it back in again.
What? Wait, what the hell? Okay. What are you spinning at? Now that I've spun it. Hello, Sniper Dog.
Hope the
Welcome
prototype
in.
isn't waiting for us.
Shut up! Shut up! Ah! Okay, wait. It's gotta work. It's gotta work. Okay. Do I spin you again?
Hey, Jump. Tell them they're doing great.
I'm not. I'm
Are
not.
you? I mean, did you hit your head or something?
No, wait, what? I need that. I need this to go over there. Now, how do I do that?
Oh, I know. Have you tried solving the puzzle?
I know! I know! Oh my god, no way. No way. He's being annoying. He's purposely being annoying. It's a nice song? Okay, that's true. It is a nice song.
This some sort of, prank, Butcher?
Me talking to you directly, Rizzo? No. No, he's so mean. Rizzo definitely hit her head somewhere as a child. No, I didn't. That's so mean. What?
Oh, I feel like you almost had it.
Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Before that, I pull this. Right? No, he's frustrated. Giblet is good at trash talking. Fuck you, Giblet. Wait, this makes that go red.
Are you? I mean, did you hit your head or something?
No, shut up! No, I didn't. Now, what does this do? That goes... Maybe that goes first. This goes second.
Oh, I know. Have you tried solving the puzzle?
And then this goes last. What the fuck? It revolves around the center lights, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I feel like you almost had it.
The center lights. Wait a minute. Yeah, the red green ones.
Is some sort of
Oh my god, I'm gonna freaking mute your ass. I'm gonna mute your ass. No, what are you? What is wrong with you? Okay. Pull. And pull. Now it's all on. Oh, yo, I got it. Okay, I got it, chat. I didn't need help. I did it. I did it.
Wow. This stuff looks complicated.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I know. Have you tried?
Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Okay, there we go. Haha. I bet you wouldn't even think of this if you had knew. Alright. I now know how to do it. Alright. Pull that and pull you. And then it should work. Ah, we did it! Giblets, like, have you tried trying? What do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm doing, Giblet?
Keep going. You're almost there. Yeah, right there. Just hit the scanner.
What do you think I'm doing, Giblet? You stupid bitch! I did it! I did it! I didn't even take that long on it, right, chat? See? We're doing good. We're doing good. Oh my gosh. Yay. 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 Da 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 da. Wait, chat. Is Twitch still fine? Is Twitch fine? Giblet is so inconsiderate for brain damage from character. Characters multiple full OMG. Yeah. He's very inconsiderate. What a mean man. Oh my god, dinosaur left testicle. If no, then I will leave. Whoa. What the fuck? Plus 19 shots or no? What do you mean? It is in the no, we're not. We are currently 16 plus. So we do have mature jokes. Try to check the rules. It is up to you to stay, cause we do have mature jokes here sometimes too. Okay, we'll leave. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Da da da. No, I swear a lot. Don't worry, I swear a lot too. Chat is definitely used to me swearing a lot. It's 16 plus, but we do tell people that it's up to them to stay because we do a lot of swearing. There's also mature jokes sometimes. We talk about things that is sometimes not good for younger people. So yeah, viewer discretion is advised. There's a lot of swearing and shit. Oh no. No, they're pulling out the quotes. Yeah. Yep, the quotes are basically what it is. The quotes, oh god. Good one. Oh man. What a quote. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, okay. Pull up. Pull up over there. Wait. Pull up over here. Oh, wait, I need this to be pulled? No? I wrote a good one. That was a good one. No, wait, why is it doing that? Oh, wait, because of the pressure thing, right? Move. Move. We love meat. We love protein. We're going to be so hard. What does that even mean? I don't even understand what it means. Ow. Oh god. Alright, wait. We get up here and then what? Oh no, we get over there. Wait a minute. Move! Move, box! Move. Alright, there you go. Okay. No? Wait. I got this. Right? Oh no, they pulled out the quote from last time. Ah. Okay. There we go. And then we jump. And we jump. Oh god, please don't fall. No, wait. That's not good. Wait, no, I can just push this away. Wah! There we go. Da 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 da. We're doing so well, chat. Like I'm not even having a hard time. Yeah, no. We're having such an awesome time. What do we need? We need to go up there. And we can push this box over there. Yeah, that's good enough, right? Hello, the mighty Zozo. Welcome in. Hi. And then you have to move away. Boom. This is so fun, actually. We are playing Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Currently, there is no Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 category on Twitch. So, yeah, now it's just in the title. We're just using Poppy Playtime normal category because it's not in Twitch for some reason. Move. Alright. Wow! This hand is so fun. This came back from bakery shop? Oh, nice! Did you get some good bread? Hell yeah. Wait, you got me craving bread. I haven't had it in a while. I love bread. Oh, wait. Oh no. Come over. Oh no, her. Oh no. I got it in the wrong place. Okay. Move a little bit more. Wait, it's not working there. Move it a little bit here. Shit, alright, move it a little bit more. Now it's got to work. Okay, you know what? We're moving it a little bit more. I own the shop? Oh shit, that's so cool! You're a baker? Hell yeah, W baker! Can we? Aha, you're hiding something from me. I see you. I see how it is. That was very obvious spot. That was a very obvious spot. You thought you were gonna hide from me? Mwahaha. Press B for backlight. What are we doing? Oh. SP 36. What is that number? Oh, that's a sad face. Okay, 36. Wait, what? 63. 63. I'm craving the fresh bread smell too. Where can I get that at 2 a.m.? Wait, can I have some too? Norfolk, I love this game. Hell yeah. It's a pretty good game. I haven't been suffering that much, unlike the other game, which is kind of weird. But, wait, 3 numbers. 3, 6, 3, and then what? 6, 3... What is that? What? But yeah, we are on chapter 5. Wait, what? 6, 3... It's so weird because Twitch does not have the chapter 5 category for this game. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the drowning. Yeah. It's a glucose chemical equation. Oh my god. I didn't know that. Yeah, thank you for the stretching. Thank you for that. The whole package. Thank you. What is happening? Whoa. What? Hello? Wait. Alright. Heart, star, moon. Wait. Are these anything? Wait, there's another one of those. Hopscotch, right? Exclamation mark. $36. 36. What am I missing? 368? Wait. 63. No? Wait. Hopscotch. I'll be right back. I need to restart my computer for an update. It seems. No worries. Go ahead. Okay, wait a minute. What are we doing? Wait, what is that? Whoa. Interesting. Alright. That's probably connected to later. Battery. What is this about? Wait. Is it something to do with up here? I'm missing a number. Yeah. Alright, I've got the 4th plus lucky. Oh, chew. Wait, what the fuck is the number? What the hell is the freaking number? Is it not 6-3? What's the middle of 6-3? There's something... I'm so confused. Now I need help. It's like... 6-1-3? Black light. Is that an ore? What the hell? Okay. Experiment. Wait. Experiment with multiple mouths, digestive systems, and an advanced immune system. Put them in the pit to digest unwanted materials? What the fuck? Damn. This is so messed up. This is so messed. Wait a minute. Wait. There's letters on top. What is that? Is that L B Z S P T F? What does that do? Is that for anything? B Z S P T F. What the freaky? Okay, what do you need? SP is 36. Where's TF? Wait. There's gotta be numbers somewhere. That is nothing. Hopscotch. What about you? Oh wait, it's 120. Oh my god, I am so blind. I am so freaking blind. No, 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 it's 120. Come on, get it out of there. 120. No, it's not? Wait. What about BZ? What? How about 696? 696. No? Eh? Yeah. What's down there? Okay, I don't see it. SP, BZ. I thought it would be those numbers, like right there. I guess it's not. Okay, give me a hint. Give me a hint. One hint. One hint too. I can do this, I promise. SP circled? What is a circle? Wait. What is a circle? What? No, no. Quit erasing my stuff. I will got whoever's I see at my board who isn't me. A circle is a number. Circle is a number. Wait! No, it's not a circle here. There's no circle here. Unless it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Is it 635? 635? No? Seems like... Wait. 630. No? Yeah, 630. He doesn't want it. What? What else is there? There's nothing else. It's the only... Maybe I forgot this level. Yeah, you might have forgotten this level. We're missing... I'm missing one number. It's 120, so I would think it's also 0. Middle one is green. Can't you just open it? Wait. No, I can't. I can't. I mean, this door is open. But I can't open it. What? Okay, it's not working. I have ice cream. Let's go. Ice cream. I think my ice cream's gone. I think all of my ice cream is gone. I want bread though. I want some good bread, some fresh bread. You know what? 630. Why not brute force? You know what? That's true. Oreo ice cream? Oh my god, that sounds tasty. Sounds tasty, tasty, tasty. What if it's in the middle though? Cause like there's a big space between 6-3. I'm gonna be so fucked if it's not. You know what? We're gonna brute force it. Come on, go faster, reload faster. Okay. We're almost there. If it's not, then it's gonna be the middle one. I don't know where the last number is. I go get Mars ice cream? Wait, Mars ice cream? What's that? Six, 3, 9. No, it's none of them. It's none of them. One of the boxes has number 63 and UV. In the downstairs boxes you find it, enter the right number in that box. Wow. Alright, you know what? Let's find that. Why is it downstairs? Oh my god. Beasley. 23. 26. 28. Where's the SP? Where's SP? SP, where are you at? 6... What? It's 683. So I was right. There was something in between 6-3. So 683. Oh my god, they wanted me to go down. Alright, let's see. 683. No! What? You don't know Mars has ice cream? No, I don't know Mars ice cream. Wait a minute, I'm going back down. It needs SP. SP, come on. Let's go. I have tried the full red number on the box. It did not work. 680. What about 680? 63 PT SP. Oh my god, chat, they did not do this to us. Oh my god. Even the game is doing it. Even the game is doing it. No, Roku Nana. Roku Nana. Brain rot is inescapable. It's in the fucking game. Goon 6-7. Oh my god. I cannot believe this game. Where did 772 come from though? What box did it come from? It's none of these. What the fuck? The red number? Look, SP. Oh, that's PT. Wait, PT. TF. Wait a minute. There is no ST here. No PT. The only SP is this. What? 772? But like, where did that come from? I wanna know where it came from. I'm sorry. I had to look at that shit. Wait, 653. Oh my god. It's 653. It's gotta be 653. You guys had to open their freaking PP. Damn. PP battle. We gotta do that. I gotta add that command in. I really want that command. Wait, what did I say? Fuck, I forgot. Wait. 683. What? I swear if 722 works, I'm gonna lose it. It does not. It does not work. Wait. Open PP. What? No, not open PP. That's weird. SB 753. It's 53. It's 753. Yeah, I did 72. Oh. Wait, I wanna 653. Fuck. Where did 722 come from? What the fuck? Magnetic panels. What? Press and hold to grapple magnetic panels. Interesting. I don't know what that is, but blind elf is 772. Oh, still a bit octo, yeah. But like, I mean, it's fine, but like, wait, what? Also, on one of the boxes there was a UV62, and then on the other side of the box was 72. Was the red numbering? Oh my god. That's where. That's where it's from. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, wait. Hmm. Alright, anyways. Da 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 da. Where are we going? Wait. Do I need to go here? Da 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 da. Can I pull on you? What? Oh wait, you right. But where's the rest of you? Wait, where's the rest of you? The hell? That's a lot of dancing emotes. Wait, what? Okay, okay, where are you? I mean, now you're lit up, but... Wait a minute. My favorite is Taco Cat. Oh yeah, that's so cute. I love it. I love it. Hello, Johnny. Welcome back. I am getting dumber. I'm getting dumber. Do I need anything over here? What am I supposed to do again? Oh, we found more. Nice. Feel better after stretch. Let's go. Oh, wait. What do you do? Found cuffs allow for a quick vertical navigation in the presence of jump pads. Please remove all jewelry. Oh, jump pads. Where the hell is the jump pad? Wait! What? Would that be a jump pad? Why do I... That's crazy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my god. What am I doing up here? I'm truly Tarzan now. That is so cool. Can I not open this door? That is truly fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, what was that? The door. Wait. Something over there? Those are magnets, that's why I can pull up on them? Yeah, that's so cool! Yippee, yippee! Dang, 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 dang! I think we're doing pretty fine. We're doing pretty good. Do, 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 do. 10 minutes watching. Nice, W. Alright. I'm guessing... No, we don't. There's a lot of jump pads here, or pulling mechanism thingies. Wait. Can I just... Whoa. Oh, okay, we need to go there. Oh god. Fantastic is like... No, that is such a freaking long word. I don't even know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. This is so fun, actually. No! Whoops. Whoops. My bad. My bad. Oh god. Alright. Oh shit, I didn't see that before. What the hell was that? That was scary. Wait. Ew, wait, was that the prototype? Ew, what the fuck? Ew, what the hell? Da 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 da. Okay, how do I... Okay, go faster, no! No, wait, alright. We're fine. We're fine. No, okay, wait. I don't have anywhere to land there. I don't have anywhere to land there. Thank you for the lurky, Sozo. And thank you for the stretchy. Alright. Oh my god. It's gotta be the prototype. It's the only one that has those tentacle weird things. This is fun. I like this hand. Okay, okay. Oh, wait, I need to go up there. Wait, I didn't die. Wait, I didn't die. Okay, that's good. I love the prototype. Lost her parkour pro status? No, 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 no. I'm still parkour. Fuck, never mind. The prototype is evil though, in it. You love the villain. You know what? I see the appeal with villains, cause like with villains. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Both hands have magnets of that help. Oh right, I didn't know that. Thank you. I should have known. I saw it twice. I was thinking it's only this hand. I see the appeal with the villains because like they would burn down the oh my gosh. What the hell? They would burn down the world for you aside compared to heroes. The heroes would oh my god. We're chasing something. The heroes would sacrifice you for the world. Oh my god, it's over there now. Something is over down there and I think it's gonna get us. If we go down. Yeah, there's a lot of them down there. Okay. Alright. Pull that. Put the heroes would sacrifice one person to save the world. The villains would sacrifice the world to save one person. Exactly. Right? Wait, that's a lot of hands. That's a lot of things to pull. Wait. Can we go up? Would they kill us if we go down? Wait. Diamond, triangle star. Oh, wait. I get it. Huh? Like miraculous? Wait. Are you talking about miraculous ladybug? Are you talking about miraculous ladybug, good sir? There you go. The problem with that is the villain always fails so that they burn it down for no reason. Yeah, that's true. The villain always somehow fails. Okay, do we need to go there? We don't need to go there. What? No pressure? No pressure? This pressure. Oh, wait. Wait, what? One of these will have... I'm confused. Are you okay, Zozo? What the heck? Hawkmoth does all the villain stuff to save his wife, so his sister tells me. Oh, so you're your sister. Okay, it makes sense. I was like, wait, you watch Miraculous Ladybug? I mean, there's no hate towards the show. I watched the show. But holy fuck, that show is like... It's going on for a long time. Too long. Longer than it should be. And yeah, Hawkmoth always loses. And he's doing it for... to save his wife, basically. The sports I played, I don't know, I can't give tips, but try to find something. Find something. Fall into the spinning wheel? You know what? You know what? It's worth a try. Let's go. Wait, we don't die. Damn it. I thought I would die. I thought I would die. There is that. What is that? Gel cleaning station. We need a diamond, triangle, and star. Where what? There's the box there. Is there guys down there still? They're not here anymore. Okay, that's good. Where are they? I don't know if they are. What is it I'm hearing? There's like something coming on. Try to figure out that button too. Now we know I like this puzzle. Wait. Okay, wait. Give me a second. Wait, blacklight. This one. Fuck! Let's go. Okay, good job. Let's go. Okay, we need diamond. Try you first. Right, and then the star. Yippee! We got it. Okay, and then we go up. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, stop. No, wait. Oh god. Wait. Okay, do I die now? Can I die? Oh no. Oh no. Ah. That's funny. Haha. We're stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck. My birthday's today. Oh, happy birthday, Zozo. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a good birthday. So did we meet her yet or no? Is special guest yet in the game? No. I don't know who you're talking about. But like, I'm stuck. Do we have to reset? Do we have to reset? Remember there's a path out? Wait, there is. Oh. Okay, thank you. I was like, there's no freaking way I have to reset. Okay, we're doing take 2. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Movies by Jones Bros. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright. This girl. I'm a girl. Oh. Oh wait, this is 1 and then this is 2. Alright. 2 first. 2 first and then 1. We'll turn it as much as we can. And then this one goes turn as much as you can too. Alright. Ah! Stop! Yippee! We got it. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh god. Hello, Jones. Welcome in. Hi.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh
heard.
no.
Gas, mining charges. She was gonna burn the whole place down. Our heart's in the right place, but yeah, that girl's been behind glass too long.
What girl? Is Poppy?
Well, she doesn't know what happened to her, and I'm not gonna be the one to tell
Ow.
her.
What? He?
You know Joey. I mean, I'm sorry about what happened, but you know how it was.
Messing around. Wait, so are you a girl or are you a boy?
Recycling. And I was right.
Okay. That was a very, very bad mic you got there. Coulda made it better. Alright. Yeah. I don't know what those do, but like I like breaking them down. Okay, let's find a battery. Call me movies for short? No problem. Alright then. You're very beautiful. Thank you. As you can see, we are kind of head empty currently at this moment. How's your day today? My day's doing good. We're playing Poppy Playtime. It's as good as it can get, you know. It's a lot of puzzles as we are doing right now. Yeah. Ow! Oh my god! Thank you for the 200 biddies, gamer. Could have made it better. My birthday's ruined. What? No! I take my leave. Gamer, I'm a woman. What are you talking about? Gamer, I'm a woman. Well, how is your birthday ruined though? What? Nah. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Thank you for the follow, Relics, Lobo. Welcome in. Wait a minute. Can I pull this? Can I not pull it? Oh wait, what about like this? Like this? Pull together? Pull together? In reality, you're going to make it better. Not. Wait, what? That's like so much today. Yeah, that's a lot today, gamer. I appreciate it though. Thank you so much. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. 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 Winner. Wah 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 wah. Hello, hello, Kalex. Welcome in. Relax. Fuck. Maybe I've just cheated on me with my best friend. What the hell? What? Yeah. I think you already pull it because it says green. I did. Are you? I didn't notice. What? Gamer, come on. You didn't notice. Thank you for the follow, young lady. Welcome in, welcome in. Ojo-sama. Ojo-sama. Wait, so I can't pull it. No, I can't pull it. But I need a battery. I'm confused. What is this puzzle? Oh, now I pull it. Okay, wait. I can't get that out. Let's go! Oh shit, I didn't pull. More biddies, gamer to gold. W gamer. Ow. Ah! Oh my god, thank you for the 101 biddies. Let's go. I think everyone knows you're the goat now, gamer. Okay, wait. Wait, the wrong one? This one? Oh, wait. Pull. Wait. It's not working. This one broke. Wait, what? I'm confused. What the fuck? Ow! Oh, what the fuck? Thank you for the one biddies. Let's go, W. Someone say biddies, biddies. I didn't say boobies. No, I said biddies. Reference to my mistake before. Have you guys watched the one clip I have? We were playing this very sussy game, and then I ended up saying boobies instead of biddies. It won't let me pull it. Okay, now I have to pull it in that. Okay, wait. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Go green, go green. Yeah! Okay. That's gonna take a lot of effort. Come on, come on. It's gonna work, right? I really hope I'm doing this right. We want that new PC. I think we do need that new PC. Hearing stream donos here single-handedly, that's true. Big W. I hate it when I don't have over 100 because then I have to do that. Oh, that's why you did so much. Okay, that's why you did that. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Come on, come on. Let's go! Fuck. Not intended method, but it works. You know what? Whatever works, chat. If it's not intended and it's still working, why break what is working, right? If it works, it works. Slowly but surely, I'll make it. I don't know what the intended method is. I'm doing this my own way. My own way works. Wahahaha. Come on, come on. No, I'm so close. I made dough and put it to the rest. Wait, you're making bread? Call it future abuse and abuse the hell out of it. Hell fucking yeah. No, 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 wait. Yeah! I made it work. I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. I freaking abused the method. Where the hell are we going now? You can say I'm a gamer, Lord. No, gamer, no, please. Not like this. Yippee! We made it work. I don't know what the battery was, but we made it work. Bread at 3 a.m. be like, wait, no way. I couldn't handle my starving and started making my own. I've never made bread. Oh god. Is it easy to make bread? Just instinctual genius. Exactly. No thoughts, no need thoughts. I'm just instinct. I'm very good at that.
So, how do you keep your fur so clean? Asking for a friend.
I don't own any fur, sir. Thank you for asking. Ow. Okay, it's easy to make bread. Oh, I did hear it's easy to make bread. I do want to bake bread. Making bread seems fun. Oh no. Okay, wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. Can I have bread? Hello, CL. Welcome in. Thank you for being a tavern regular. Good morning. Ah! Wait, it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, CL. Whoa. What? Oh no. Bad place. Alright, let's go this way. I want bread. I want to make some bread. I haven't actually baked in a while. I do miss baking something.
Hey, don't you take that tone with me.
Eh? I just said I want to bake something. What do you mean? Hey, paper. Nice. Tortillas are easier? What? Oh my god! Hey! Admin abuse! Mod abuse! Yeah! What the hecky? You will be crucified! Alright, it's time for me to go again. I'll be seeing you guys. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Lune. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day or night. I've been awake, been chilling with Fat
get
Cat.
lost?
Oh, nice. Wait, what? I don't want to give it to you. I'm running away. How are the cats, CL? I hope they're healthy. I hope they're not sick anymore. Fine, have it.
Oh, hey, you found something. This is it. This is. Chum, what is this?
Are we calling the bakery?
Vacation
No, we're
formula.
not calling the
Sounds
bakery.
spicy.
No,
And
we're never
looks
doing
like the
that.
prototype
Never.
doesn't want anyone to find it. They got it.
Wait, speaking of that, I did see that VTubers actually sometimes invite over their like family members to go on stream, like go live on stream with them. And like when I found out about it, I was like really surprised because like I've never heard of that before. And apparently it's actually a thing. Like people sometimes invite their mom. Like people in Hololive, they invited their own. I think it was the Ravencroft VTuber. She invited her whole family, her dad, her mom, her sister, and her brother. Like that was fucking wild. Like the entire family is just there live on stream. Which is funny. Alright, anyways. Little Rizu segment over. The kitties are healthy, but the Shadow do be fat as usual, yeah. I feel like all your cats are fat, CL.
We can get there from the tram in reanimation. You can get us in there, right? No. talking about, No? This is our chance.
Oh god.
We gotta try. Or are you just happy you're being the prototype's errand boy now?
Aww. How much reason for the bakery?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean the bakery?
You help-
What bakery? No. We're just scared of shorties. Breaking news. Hey, hey, not true. Not. Short cyst? What is that? Height cyst?
us out and
The reason
What
segment
reading?
continues.
I mean it.
I mean, we did a little bit of reading segment, and we can't
Gel
continue.
Lab's a mess right now. Could go up from the pit, but let's see.
JK, thank God, JK.
Maybe we could risk Sweet Street to scrap.
Oh. Oh God. Oh no, what's happening? Oh shit. Oh shit. The prototype is coming. I thought he just wanted to eat us.
I thought I'd find you hiding in here
Oh no.
by hunters.
Shall pursue.
1170. But you,
Oh no.
I need you to repair the security system.
Make sure there are
Oh gosh. I know a VTuber who reacts with his dad occasionally. Really? That's so cool.
He does something.
she'll regret.
Ito can't be scared of shorties, she'd be scared of herself. No, I'm pretty tall, Theo. Come on. I'm tall. Is it just me or the low graphics? I don't know. Is it? It's pretty high, I'm pretty sure. Okay. We lag a little bit with loading. I'm scared of tall people, that's true. Now we're kinda icky. Is he saying he's smelly? Oh, that's so cute. He pet us. Oh, that's so freaking cute. Thank you. Oh, what a cute little doggy. Or well, whatever he is. But yeah, he has to do whatever he needs to do. Thank you for the head pat. Is that the first time I've no wait. I mean, I've only heard it from a YouTube video. I saw a YouTube video talking about like VTubers and their moms and dads and family going on stream. It's funny. I thought he just wanted to eat us. You short? Hey, I'm over 5 feet. I don't know what you're on about. Hello, good luck. Welcome in, welcome in. I want pigtails. Any sponsors? Hey, any sponsors, you know. Someone wants pigtails. Alright, let's go this way. Let's go this way. Da-da-da. Okay, chat. How much have we done? What do you think? How far in do you think we are? Give me like a percentage of how far do you think we are? Oh, thank you for the drowning. And pigtails, nice. Da 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 da. Thank you for the water. Okay, my water bottle is empty. My water bottle is empty. That Streamlabs message weirded me out, lol. What do you mean? What Streamlabs? Wait, what do you mean? There's nothing. There's no message. What do you mean? I'll hook you up. Broke through my efforts, but it's worth it. W pigtails. Cute pigtails. Come on. Hello. Let me in. There's a whole classroom here. Like 40%, 50%. I haven't had any of those bosses. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, that's true. No, Dogs is 15k. I'm sorry. It was getting redeemed too often. It was supposed to be a rare thing to be redeemed, and everyone was redeeming it. Only like 5 puzzles left. Oh, nice. This is a pretty long game. Like actually insane. Alright. We're going through the motions of this, whatever this is. Where are we? Can't open that one. Now we're in the classroom. Now we're in this room. Are we breaking this? Oh my god, that was fake. Alright. Find a way to reanimation, restore power to facility. Alright. We redeemed dog suit, we all suffer now? Yeah, you guys redeemed it too much. But the 5 puzzles left are big. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a long ass game. Holy freak. What? Find a way for the reanimation. What the hell are we doing? Whoa, that's what the hell is that? What is that blob? Weird blob. Alright. This door we can't open it? Alright. Where the hell? What about this door? Yay! Alright, we found the place. There's more on this side. What is on this side? Thank you for the head pat. Okay, no, there's nothing here. Stream elements? Yeah. I think I set the stream elements like a while ago. Like, long time ago. There was Rizu. She was a weirdo. And I still am. Spoilers, Octo? Bounce, 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 bounce. I mean, it's fine. At least I know how far in I am. Petition for dog suit 10k? I don't know. I said the rough number, I think it's more. Oh gosh. Oh no, whoa, whoa. Okay, I can't see anything. Is there any blue light? Anything at all? I need some. Oh, wait, we have a new hand! We have a new hand! They won't affect me. Maybe it's less. We'll see. Damn, everyone wants dog so holy shit. You guys are whoa. Why is there a ribbon here? What the hell is? Oh, anyways. You guys are greedy, damn. What a greedy bunch. Can I take you? Okay, we're gonna be pulling you. Oh wait, I could just push you there. Right, nice. Oh no. I got 200 so I'm poor. Makes sense. God. This one is my favorite hand, not gonna lie. Oh. I think the pressure hand is so cool. Ow. What did I do? How long does the pigtails last? I think it lasts for like 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Either one of those two. I'm not exactly sure how long. I haven't looked at it in a while. Come on. You got this. Or I'm pulling you. No, don't pressure. Alright. You know what? They'll probably be faster. Alright. God damn it, now we're pulling. You are so freaking heavy. You're heavy. Wait, switch over to a different hand. Alright. That is a lot better. Hello, Manus. Welcome in, welcome in. Man is very evil. Welcome in. Oh god. My tracking died. Fuck! Give me a second. Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, chat, give me like one momento. We are trying to keep to get the tracking back on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright, it should be coming back on in a few. Oh shit. Is that supposed to happen? I may or may not have done something. So many roadblocks this stream, I know. This stream is so freaking scuffed, it's crazy. Alright, let me see. Wait a minute, what the hell? Uh... Alright, alright. Oh my god. I finally got it to work. Alright, we're good now, I think. Okay, yeah, 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 it works. You fucked up the box. Okay, the box is fine. The box is fine. Unless I fuck it up again. Come on. Come on, box, you got this. Ooh. It likes to wiggle, wiggle. You got this, box. You got this. There you go. Yippee! We got a hand. What do we have? Conductive hand, equipment, aiming, and conductive surfaces. Press data to conduct. Charge the conductive hand. Alright, we charge it with the. Oh, wait, 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 wait. I have an idea. They get the magic voice as they say the battery stopped. Wait, that's true. Zeki, what is this? What is this sorcery you have over us? Wait, wait, wait. Alright, now it should be working fine. It's a little weird. Okay. Wait. What? Not working. It not working. It not working. Oh wait, no, I already have it. And then we pressure it. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Yuppie. And then we need the... This one? This hand is my favorite because of the puzzles you can do with it. Green hand... It's green hand but more variety. Fire and ice. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, and I think we use this to burn the... This one. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I like that. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. What is now in this room? You are not active. You are broken. Do I burn that too? Do I ice that? Hello, ice. Alright. I was right. I was right. Wrong game. Lava girl and the ice boy. Wait, no, wait. It's water girl and ice boy. Wait, what? It's water girl and the lava boy. Fuck. I'm remembering things so badly. Pull. Oh, what? Wait, cool. Wait, that's it? Oh wait, there's another door. Ow. Yo, wait, that is so cool. Lag through? Oh gosh. We're good now. We're not lagging. We're not lagging. We're normal. We're normal. Okay, now we go back. Right? No? What? Where are we going? There's no other room to go to. Oh wait. What? What is in here? Wait, hey, wait, stop. What do I do with that? Stop, no. Pressure? Our audio is crackling. For me alone? Oh god. Guys? Eat cold and chalk, nice. YouTube and Twitch taking turns lagging. The mic is weird. Oh, they're syncing. Wait, the mic is weird? Chat? Chat? Oh no. God damn it. Why is this stream so scuffed? Give me a second, let me see. Okay, I checked it. It was fine for me. Your mic sounds like Giblet from B? Oh no. It sounds like Giblet from B on stream? From before. I think it's setting... It's keeping both videos in sync. It might be too much. Oh. Now it's fine. I guess it's true. Twitch cannot handle the sheer girth of Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. Better now. Oh no, wait. I think it might be my Wi-Fi. Oh gosh. I think now it's better. Oh no. Yeah, it's definitely my Wi-Fi or something. Cause I checked it off stream, or well, like without you guys hearing me, and it seemed fine. I do not know why it's like that. It could be my fault. That is definitely a possibility. It's extremely faint. Extremely faint. Lose you sometimes? Oh god. Oh, this stream is not going well. Oh no. This stream is not going well at all. I'm sorry, chat. I need to figure out something. What is wrong with... I mean, it's our first stream having both YouTube and Twitch sync up at the same time. Is that the reason? It's so weird to see them both trading lag. Wait, when you talk, you just don't hear you at some point. They're both they're trying to both play at the same time. It feels like. Could that be the problem? Yeah, I'm starting to hit heavy lag. I'm just having to close and reopen Twitch to get up to date. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay, something is wrong, definitely. Yeah, like now they're nearly perfectly synced. I believe it is. Ooh. Okay, it has to be something. So it has to be that. If it's not that, then I think that means my PC can't handle both things running perfectly sync. YouTube is usually lagging behind for bigger streamers. Yeah, I kind of set YouTube to be like low latency, so it would be perfectly synced with Twitch. And now that YouTube will have to be a bit behind, yeah, I can't change it right now because it's not allowing me to. But at least we know this stream now. We know. I think do we think that we redo stream for everything? Or I think that's gonna have to be it for today. I don't think my Wi-Fi can handle both running at the same time. You need two PCs. Oh god. I have had. Okay. Since we're kind of stuck in this area anyway, we're gonna go switch over to just chatting. Definitely massive lag. Yeah, I think there is massive lag. We're gonna switch over to just chatting for a bit. It's doing a lot worse. Oh god. I'm gonna save the game. Alright, there we go. Anyways, I think at least now I know I can't have YouTube and Twitch sync at the same time. But I've had me and my brother. My brother's basically my tech guy, right? Me and my brother have had this debate of whether I should have two PCs for streaming, which is really good for streaming because one PC handles all the streaming stuff and one PC handles the game. But like, I heard it's a lot of setup just to stream. And I don't know if I should do that or just upgrade my current PC right now. I'm gonna have to dip in 5 minutes or so. No worries, no worries. I think we just play it out. No. I think it'll have to be wrapped up for today. And we'll try to continue it like next stream. I think I wanna check tomorrow's stream if we can do like multiple. If it's gonna do better, if it's just normal latency, just like before. Before it wasn't lagging a lot, so I think that setup would be better for streaming, for multi-streaming on both platforms. Yeah. Wait, we wait for Gamer to buy one? No. I really don't think. I really don't think Gamer's. That is insane. That is funny. That's funny. Cause like he single-handedly did like the hype train today too, which is really funny. How about the clip reviewing for now? Oh yeah, we gotta review the clips. Right. Thank you. Let's see. Oh yeah, YouTube is giving me like an error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Yeah, okay, I see it. I see how it is. I see it. Yep. We'll review clips for today, and we'll have to end it off there because both YouTube and Twitch is not doing well. I think. Hello, Phoebe. Welcome in. Let me see. Alright, let's see. Where is? I mean, at least we know what to not do. Holy lag. Yup. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, yeah. That's so bad. You're speaking so fast. Oh god. Oh god. I can't tell if I'm lagging or it's her. I'm getting that too. Okay. You know what, chat? I don't think we can continue streaming at all. Yeah. We're gonna have to watch the clips tomorrow since we're doing reactions tomorrow anyway. Hopefully less lag tomorrow. Yeah, I'm ending the stream really fast today. I'm really sorry, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. Admin and Rizu, Rap God Rizu, yeah, Rap Zu, Godzu, thank you. I'm just really fast at talking. Hell, freaking yeah. Yeah, we're gonna end stream today. It did not end well. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. And on YT, sorry I disappeared. No worries. I think we can end YouTube here now. Alright, goodbye YouTube. Thank you for stopping by to everyone on YouTube side. Thank you so much. I'll see you around. I promise it will not be as laggy as today. Bye bye. Okay, YouTube is gone. Whoa, I'm at YouTube ended. Alright. Let's see. Are we still lagging? Could we still be lagging? At least, like I said, the issue is known. Yeah, at least we know what's happening. Hello, Jones. Hello, movies. Welcome back. I'm gonna go see you later. Nice meeting you. It was nice meeting you. Welcome. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day or night. Stuff is moving as slideshow. Oh, God. At least like see, yeah, okay, we're gonna end. We're gonna end right now. We can't continue this. All right, thank you so much for everyone to stop by. I hope everyone enjoyed. Thank you so much. I am so sorry about the lag today. I did not know it was that bad, and running a game is also like making it worse. So yeah, we're gonna have to stop it for today. Yeah. Hello, Fetchy. Welcome in. Thank you for being a Tavern regular. Yeah, we're lagging a lot. The model is still lagging. Oh god, I love this slide. Yes, model. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for stopping by. I hope everyone had a good time. I hope it was a fun time. I'm so sorry for the lag, and I hope everyone has a good morning, good afternoon, good night. Thank you so much for playing with me and staying as long as you did. I should at the very end. No worries, Fetchy. We've been lagging a lot. We have to end very fast. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Still streaming tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone.